Hello, chat. You are now listening to the sound of my voice. It's Friday night. It's Kerbal night. Every night is Kerbal night. From now until eternity. Or until I pick a different game to play. So, how's everybody's week going? Mine was kind of boring. Same as every other week. But now I'm here with you. Ready for some exciting Kerbal action. You guys want to see me before we start? It's okay. You don't have to say anything. Here I am. Hello. Hi. It's me, Starshard Zero. You may know me from such hit streams as this one. Or maybe my YouTube channel if you're watching there. Tonight is Jewel Night. Oh yes. I'm not putting it off any longer. I need to make sure that our transfer window is correct. I'm going to double check that real quick before we start, but you guys are going to be stuck looking at me for a second. Let's see. KSP transfer. So we are going from Kerbin to Jewel. What day are we on? Shoot, I gotta look in the game. All right, we're going to the game. To the game. Transition. Here we are. There I am in small form. And let's get in there. Hello, Val. Goodbye, Val. So, for those of you who were not here on Wednesday, I will show you the fruits of our labor. We now have several craft in orbit around Kerbin ready to launch. We have the Jewel Miner, Jewel 1, Jewel Lander, Jet Memorial Station still there, and the Scan Sat, which is going to be doing the ore scanning once we get to Jewel. So we are year 10, day 254. Let's put that in. Year is 10, day is 254. Plot it. It says year 11. Let me write this down. And get this out of here. Year 11. Day 131. You guys can't see this, just take my word for it. And the delta V should be 2061. That seems like a lot. Let's double check that. So that is 1922 prograde. I'm writing this stuff down because we've had issues in the past where I get stuck. And the normal is 742. Normal, okay. For some reason that feels like it should add up to more, but I'm not going to question it. I guess we'll figure it out. Insertion delta V is... Total delta V is 5090. What? I don't think we have enough delta V for this. What the heck? Hold on a minute. I mean, I'm not technically trying to get into orbit around Jewel, right? All right, well, let's check the most important piece of the puzzle, the Jewel 1. How much delta V does that thing have stored up? Okay, so this one will be fine. This one has enough, and we can always send more if we need to. In fact, this whole section comes off and is designed to come off. All right, what else have we got? The Jewel Miner is our next most important one. Because once we have this thing going, okay, this does not have enough. Neat. But it does have a full tank of ore. So theoretically, if we send a resupply ship up here, we could fuel it up and then let the ore do the rest of the work. Although I honestly don't know how much that's gonna help. That's okay. We'll work it out, I'm sure. We could also just send a big fuel canister up here, a detachable one, that could work. All right, what else? Now I know for a fact that the well, we'll take a look here in a second. So let's take a look. We need, where is it? Jewel Lander, that's the one. We're gonna take a look here. Taking a look. So this has, okay, this has plenty because it has the drop tanks. Yeah, that works. Although the return might be in question, but I won't worry too much about it just yet. All right, and then let's check the next one, which is the ScanSat. A nice little satellite that hopefully has enough. All right, so this has, yeah, this has plenty, because realistically this will get us there, and then the remaining 2,000 should be able to get us the rest of the way. Although I am slightly concerned with all this stuff here. But we'll make it work as best we can. Like I've said these past couple of streams, this is going to be my first actual trip to Jewel in a career mode save. And yeah, I don't think there's anything here we want to do. So first thing we're going to do is set up another rescue mission, because there's one more Kerbal stranded in space around Kerbin. And that'll be a nice warm-up for today. So that is the not fuel delivery drone. The, man, I gotta start sorting these better. What is a crew transfer shuttle? That's the one. All right, so this is going to send up some fuel, and it's going to pick up one of our fine rescue targets. And let's see where our target is as we wait here. All right, so I think this is it. No, that's the Jewel Lander. It is Waring's Wreckage, so we'll time warp. And yes, the soundboard is working. I did get it fixed. I don't know what the problem was. I think I just had to restart OBS, and that fixed it. So I'll keep an eye on that and hope that it doesn't break again. Because not having any soundboard stuff last stream, Wednesday night, was kind of a bummer. All right, let's get the launch ready. So this is the crew transfer shuttle with Valbri on board only. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna launch her up. She's gonna recover the rescue target, and then she's gonna head on over to the mining vessel and offload extra fuel to that. So this will be a quick couple rendezvous, followed by to deorbit, and then we're gonna just go ahead and time warp up to our time, which is, of course, not too far away, actually. Oh, wow. So year 11, day 131 is what it said. So that's only about a year away in Kerbal time. All right, do a nice little turn here. Nice and easy. Happy little gravity turns. Nothing fancy. Nice and aerodynamic. So, we can't ignore the elephant in the room any longer. Elden Ring has taken the gaming world by storm. I have never really been into the Dark Souls stuff. I tried Dark Souls 2. I played Demon Souls a bit when that originally came out. I'm not sure how connected it is. I think it's a very similar play style. My friend likes Dark Souls 2. He wanted me to get Dark Souls 2. I got Dark Souls 2. I did not like Dark Souls 2. And I don't really have an interest in playing those kind of games. And even looking at Elden Ring with the whole open world style, Breath of the Wild type stuff, I don't know. Doesn't really appeal to me. So the way I like to play games, I'm very peculiar about my gaming taste. I like roguelike style games. Games where when you die, like, you lose everything. Whereas in Dark Souls, you're expected to die. So dying's not really a punishment per se. It just is kind of an inconvenience. And I don't really go for that. Hi, Amikins. Thanks for stopping by. So yeah, I prefer when death means something, when loss is permanent and you have to go on even having suffered the loss. So stuff like XCOM I like. Stuff like Spelunky, where you literally start over from scratch every time you die. Other more truer roguelikes, where you die and you make a whole new character. But yeah, so that Dark Souls style just seems, I don't know. I don't really know how to describe it. Like, it is Dark Souls. Everybody knows what I mean. But it never feels like you are getting better, but you're also leveling up, which is something I don't quite understand. I feel like games like that, where they're extremely punishing, you shouldn't be able to grind your way through the difficult parts. You should have to master the combat with what you have. Like, you get what you have and that's all that you get. But I might be in the minority there. A lot of people seem to like those style of games, and people have been playing Elden Ring on Twitch, and that's about it. That's what I see in all my recommendeds and everything. Very, very interesting. And of course, with some other games coming out here shortly, we've got Horizon Forbidden West, of course, Triangle Strategy, the big, I guess it's supposed to be a Final Fantasy Tactics-like, as opposed to a Fire Emblem-like. And I'm just going by the advertisement. I haven't looked at any gameplay or anything like that. All right. And then what else? Movies. We could talk about some movies. The Batman comes out. I'm Batman. Everybody's got to talk like that when they say they're Batman. Including me. I don't know. I can't help it. Something about it is just appealing to me. It makes you sound... It's a joke, right? Like, everybody gets that him talking like that is supposed to be the way that they mask the fact that he's Bruce Wayne. Otherwise, everybody would notice. Like, hey, you sound an awful lot like Bruce Wayne. Are you Batman? The Bruce Wayne Batman? No. Bruce Wayne doesn't talk like this. I don't know, how did they do it in the old Adam West show? I feel like he just used his Adam West voice. and it was more of a, it was more understood that I don't know. I'm not a Batman guy. I don't know anything about comic books. I watch the Marvel movies and I enjoy them for what they are, and that's about it. I've been falling behind on my Marvel stuff. I haven't watched anything since see, I didn't watch Black Widow. I did watch Shang-Chi. I did not watch the Eternals or Spider-Man. And I watched the shows, but I did not watch, what is it? Hawkeye. I didn't watch Hawkeye. But I am looking forward to Moon Knight. That could be good. Oh, there's my cat again. You guys know him. You guys love him. I'm going to get an emote of him. It's going to be great. But in the meantime, you got to listen to him. He's sad because my wife just left. So he's got to cry about it for a few minutes. I'll see if he comes over here. Okay. Well, I kind of botched that rendezvous, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah. I got distracted talking about Batman. That tends to happen with me. Alright, he is close, but not super close. You should be able to hear him, though. I'm not sure what his goal is right now. I guess to be sad is his goal. Alright, so let's fix this. We are out of orbit. Let's go ahead and warp. And then once we pass here, we should hopefully have a better idea. Actually, no, this one should work. So we can go retrograde here, and that should get us a little bit closer. Yeah, there we go. That's what we wanted. And even if our periapsis goes below here, that's fine. Because we're gonna rendezvous over on this side, it looks like. And then we'll just match orbits over there. This wasn't super efficient, but we don't need a full tank of gas for all this. This thing has a huge built-in margin of error. And there we go. Here we go, here we go. 2, 1. Perfect. All right. Like I said, this is a warm-up mission. I just want to make sure everything, my fingers are ready to go. Everything is pointing the right direction. All our stuff is fueled up. And we're ready to launch. If we make mistakes now, that's okay, as long as we don't make mistakes during the main Jewel mission. So here we go. We are on approach. Let's take a look. So we are, yep, okay, we're approaching now. Switch to target mode. And we're gonna get nice and close. All right, 17 seconds to go. Let's burn off that extra speed. And then we're gonna corral the indicator onto the other indicator so that we are aligned to come in for a rendezvous. And this is a rescue mission. We don't need to get right on target. We don't need to dock or anything. So once we get within about 50 to 100 meters, we can just EVA the rest of the way. And speaking of EVA, would make sure the hatch is easily accessible, which it is. Excellent. Such fun. As boring as they are, I think the rescue missions are kind of the bread and butter of the mid-game. You really got to collect the Kerbals, build up your team of astronauts, unless you're a drone guy. If you just do everything with probes, then you don't really need any astronauts. So here we are, yeah. Just gonna keep rolling. If anybody has any questions about rendezvous or whatever, let me know. can't guarantee that I can help you, but I will try my best. Ooh, it's one of these Lunar Excursion modules. Something we have not really tried building with yet. Because it's sort of an all-in-one lander thing, right? And I couldn't quite figure out how I wanted to use it. All right, so what are you? You are a scientist? Oh, that's nice. Always down for more scientists. Scientists and pilots, I always say. Some people just use scientist. Like I said, I don't use a lot of probes if I can help it. I like to use manned missions. As somebody once said, it's Kerbal space program, not probe space program. But, you know, you play the game how you like. I'll play the game how I like, and everybody will be happy. Or somebody will be happy. All right, so now we want to rendezvous with this. And to that end, I'm going to put a maneuver here. All right, hang on, let me make sure the music didn't stop. The music did stop. I don't know why. I have it on random. Make sure that it is doing the right thing. Like it went through it. I guess I should put it on loop. What does this mean? Loop all. Loop. Okay. We go to the next song here. All right. And then we'll see if it tries to loop that same song again. I just wanted to play the whole playlist on a shuffle. I feel like this is technology we've had for decades. I shouldn't have to constantly check in. Have you guys ever had that problem with YouTube? Yo, it's Score Gaming, BT Dub. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. It's the warm-up portion of the stream. We're just doing a quick rescue mission here and transferring some fuel over to the jewel miner before we launch it later this evening. Let me get the maneuver node set up here. And jump it forward a bit. So you have not really missed anything if you're concerned about that. I'm assuming you're not. Oh. Oh, man. I don't want to do that. That'll take dozens of orbits. All right. We're going to do this the fun way. We're going to push our orbit out to match the other one. Make sure we don't crash. We did not. And there's too many orbits around here. I can't see what the heck I'm doing. Yeah, push this out. Okay, there we go. Actually, you know what? I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to do this. We're going to burn all our Delta V. How do you rendezvous without MechJeb? Oh, that's a great question. So, essentially what you do is you have both of your craft in a circular orbit. And as you can see what I'm doing, so this is, the jewel miner is behind me, that's my target. And what I want to do is I want to have it catch up to me. So imagine you're on a racetrack. We want to be on the outside lane, so we're going a longer distance. And then, as we come back around for the next lap, it will have caught up to us. But basically, you just get used to it after a while. I've never used a MechJeb. I've had to learn everything kind of manually. In fact, the Delta V readouts, we never had those for the longest time. So I had to learn to play the game without knowing how much actual Delta V I had. I had to guess based on how much fuel I had. So eventually I kind of learned what was an acceptable amount to get to the Mun, land, and then take off. And there were some, there were some problems with that. Like trying to take off and not having enough to get back, or not having enough to land. for not having a high enough thrust to weight ratio to land, so you just smack right into the surface. It was bad. But yeah, so what you can see here is that I've taken the longer route, which causes me to travel more distance in the same amount of time versus our ship that we're trying to rendezvous with. And now we're coming right up on it. So there you go. Once you learn how to do it, it's very easy, and you can apply it in any situation where you have two crafts in orbit. Or an asteroid, for that matter, if you want to rendezvous with an asteroid. That's just a little tougher because they tend to not have a circular orbit. All right, so we're going to push. All right, Emmykins is back. Hi, Emmykins, welcome back. Hope you're excited for the Jewel mission tonight. I know I am. I've been planning this thing for at least a whole day. All right, so what I'm doing here is I'm pushing my prograde marker onto the target prograde marker. And what that's doing is aligning my trajectory so that I am on course to intercept the jewel miner. And you can see that here. We're about 39 seconds away from slamming into it, or at least getting very close. One more thing. Yes, feel free to ask. Ask away. Or if you have a statement, I guess, make your statement. Ooh, okay, we're coming in pretty hot here. Let's slow way down. Okay. How do you get to Duna without MechJeb? Okay, so that's a little more involved, right? And I'll show you when we go to Jewel. But basically, you need to figure out your transfer window, or at least understand phase angles, which you probably already kind of understand from going to the Mun. So when you're going to Mun, you want to burn when the Mun is right about here. So you want to burn here. And the reason for that is by the time you get out to where Mun is, it's going to be here. So in the time it takes for you to go from Kerbal to the Mun's orbit, it has traveled such and such distance. The same thing is true when you're going interplanetary. So if I wanted to send a vessel to Duna, I would need to send it when Duna is going to be where, like, the least amount of delta V it takes to get to Duna's orbit. The reason why you're saying it needs, jail, because I like to? What? 45. Yeah, I think it's 45 degrees for Mun. So Mun travels 45 degrees in the time it takes for you to get to its orbit. With Duna, I don't remember the exact amount, but I want to say it's when you are here and Duna is like here. I don't know. There's a list that tells you all the phase angles. And the tool that I use, and I will actually bring it up here. You pause so we don't have any additional accidents. So this is the KSP launch window planner, and all you need to do is put in your origin, your destination, and what year it is, or what the earliest departure is, and then it will tell you exactly when you need to launch. You're saying it like Nikjeb. Okay. Yeah, I mean, say it however you want. Like I said, I don't use it, but I know a lot of people do. So yeah, basically all you need is to know when your transfer window is and know how much delta V you need, and then follow along with that. Okay. So let's go ahead and point towards our target. We use RCS for this part. This part is going to be nice and easy. So we're going to line up first, then we're going to burn. There we go. Perfect. Easy peasy. And then we can switch over here. We control from there. And once it gets a little closer, we can orient the docking ports towards each other. Beautiful. But it will take a little bit of time. We can clear out these. So we got 4,400 from saving Waring. And Waring is now part of the crew. It's our newest scientist. A very helpful profession to have, since we're going to be sending, I think, 2 scientists out to Jool semi-permanently. And they'll be gathering a ton of science. Loun lazy method. Yes. That's exactly right. Yeah, I've been trying or thinking, I don't know how to describe what I've been doing. I want to make a tutorial on Kerbal stuff, but I feel like I'm not an expert enough. And also making videos is extremely difficult from what I've learned. But I plan on putting a little bit more work into that this weekend, so hopefully I'll learn a thing or two. Ooh, it's the dessert launch site. There it is. It's beautiful. You can see it from space. All right. Well, you know what? Actually, we can just go ahead and time warp here. That's probably the safest way to do this. Just very slowly drifting towards each other. And slowly. Yep, very slowly. I'm probably being a little too cautious here, to be honest. But you guys know what happened to Jeb. I don't want another repeat of that. Yeah, slowly but surely. Yeah, that's, you know, we've got nothing but time here. Which is why time warp is so great. All right, so we're going to aim at the docking port, and they're going to aim at the docking port. Can I not set that as target? I can. Aim it. All right. And then line it up, slow it down. Perfect. Open up the shield. And we should now have no problems docking. Yep, everything's lined up. Good, good. All right. So here we go. Hello! J3 Bizback. Or Jeb is back. Oh, even better. Yeah, we sadly lost our Jeb pretty early on, as I think is the experience for most KSP players. But the way he died was so stupid. I'm still mad about it. He wasn't even flying the ship that was the cause of his death. But yeah, so welcome. Thank you for stopping by. We're doing the Jool mission tonight, as you can tell from the title of the stream. But we have a few things we need to clear up before we can leave. All right, so step 1. Get some fuel transferred. Yeah, we want this thing to be maxed out on fuel. And this one. Hey, something just happened. Let's find out what it was. Jeb is back, has followed. Thank you very much, Jeb. I hope you, I assume from your name you like Kerbals, so unless that's a total coincidence. I hope I can give you what you want. You may be better than me at the game, I may be better than you, but we can always learn something from each other, I think. All right, so we've transferred the fuel. Is there anything else we need? Monoprop is good. All right, everything looks good to me. And it looks like Emmykins has posted the Jeb is dead clip. Feel free to check that one out. It's an oldie, but it's a goodie. And it really sums up what KSP is all about. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and burn here. And actually, if we're fast enough, we might be able to land around the KSC, which would be great. Just burn up all that fuel, get it out of here. Then we need to see how much Delta V is in the Jool miner. because like I said, it's not quite where it needs to be in terms of getting to Jewel and then also stopping. So this might be a case of we need to send up an extra thing of fuel for it. Okay. Slowly but surely. Burning all our extra fuel. So yeah, looks like we're just going to land in the ocean. To the... Oh wait, I mean, we've got 1,000 Delta V. Maybe not. How fast can this thing stop? Not fast enough at this rate. Yeah, somewhere around here probably. Yeah, that's fine. I'm not gonna worry too much about it. So I think we can go ahead and decouple here. And do that. And now we just time warp. Oop, okay. Thank you, game, for automatically shutting off the warp. Oh, and I guess I'm assuming that is the memorial service that we had for Jeb. So if you want to watch a couple of short clips, those are there for your convenience. And they tell a story together. Nice, yeah. Very nice. It was a very embarrassing night because everything was going so well. I got distracted by chat for the briefest of minutes, and the result was one dead Kerbal and a clip of my ineptitude. You know, that's the price you pay when you stream Kerbals. Or any other game, I suppose. If you really biff it, someone's gonna clip it. And it's gonna end up being a meme. Alright, so that was a nice, easy descent. Still getting a couple of some aerodynamic forces here, it looks like. And we'll wait till we're nice and low to pop the chutes. So, got some people in here. How's everybody's week going? It's Friday. Maybe it's the end of the week. Maybe you work on the weekends and Friday means nothing to you. But for me, I'm a normal office person. I go to work and I have a cubicle and I have a computer and a desk. It's very boring. I talk about this a lot on stream. I spend most of my day at work watching Twitch streams. So I can kind of keep up with what's going on. Which is how I know so many people have been playing Elden Ring. Even some people that Oh! Urban Venture has arrived. Oh, there's the nuts. I think some of those emotes might have gotten a little messed up, but thank you, everyone. I know, Urban, you streamed very late just for me, or possibly for the rest of you guys. Let me see. What can I give you guys? No.
Excellent!
Welcome, everyone. Tonight is the Jewel mission. I'm going to try to keep everything rolling for tonight. Let me... holy cow, that's a lot going on here. Let me see. We've got... Aston996, thank you for following. Cuddling Wolf, thank you for following. Bishmoda, also thank you. Thank you, everyone, one and all. Hit that follow button so you'll know when I go live. This video brought to you by no one. Holy cow, this is still... You guys are ravenous for the Kerbals. Holy cow. What is Jesse Spachemin? Thank you, Dr. Spachemin. I'm loving these emotes. So we have, oh geez, Rilip. Oh my gosh, you guys are too kind. You're really pushing for that art stream, huh? Oh boy. There's Gandalf. We got Space. Well, Score Gaming's been here. Aston996 with a bunch of cool emotes. Everybody's got their favorite emotes. What the heck was that? So y'all cough. And I've heard, okay, hang on. I've heard Urban say your name. I'm gonna try it myself. Chilkovsky. I'm gonna hope that that's correct. And yes, welcome in everybody as you watch my slow descent into the ocean here. A couple of things you're gonna notice is different between me and Urban. Before you leave, let me explain. I do manned crafts. I don't use a lot of probes. I play hardcore, no reverts, and no quick saves or any of that stuff. No simulation, no testing, no nothing. Everything is live. It's hard. The difficulty is hard. I'll show you guys the actual settings. So everything is the standard hard, 60% rewards, 200% penalties. And then of course, G limits is not on. What else? Yeah, I didn't change any of these from hard. Otherwise it would say custom. But yeah. So if you're ever wondering why I'm doing something the way that I'm doing, it's probably because I have to play very cautiously. Yeah, no stimulation. Well, there's stimulation, there's just no simulation. Snacks, I don't worry too much about because the Kerbals are photosynthetic. No F5 or F9, correct. Yeah, everything is live. If there's a bug, it's part of the game. We just accept it, we move on. If Jeb dies, he's dead. He's been dead for a while now. And that's my philosophy on Kerbals. I use 0 mods, absolutely none. And that's about it. If you have any questions, no mods, not even quality of life, correct. Everything is pure stock KSP. So you may think I'm crazy, but I just may be the lunatic you're looking for. All right. And I don't know why I'm looking at those. I know what we're doing tonight. All right. So I have the transfer window. All right, Urban. Yeah, lurk or I'm surprised you're not going right to bed, but yeah, if you're going to be back in an hour, that'll be great. We're going to have a good time. You were really hoping for the completion of that Joel lyric. Rilip's like, I understood that reference. All stock. Yep, everything is stock. So let me actually see what the game tells us our transfer window is. From Kerbin to Jewel. It says year 11, day 109. That's actually right. So we're going to add that. And then we're going to warp to it. So everybody knows what's coming. Here it comes. Hold on. I got it. It always cuts off and I'm like ready for it to keep going. But I know I can't play the whole song because YouTube would not like that when I upload these videos. PogChamp. Well, yeah, it's a laser light show. You guys are just in time for it. What's this? Okay, so year 11, day 109 is when it says. So the first thing we're going to launch is going to be our space station. Oh, we finished mapping the comets. We'll check in on that shortly here. Ooh, that one got a little close. Yikes. So many comets just flying around. And it's slowing down now. We're getting closer. It's actually not slowing down. It's going the same speed. Day 80, 90. Day 90, 100. And then now it's slowing down. All right. So I wrote this down. We need to go 1,922.2 meters per second prograde, 742.7 normal. So once this wraps itself up, we're going to prepare to launch. Let's do it. Literally looks like a massive clock time warping ahead. Yeah, it's very symbolic in a way. Science data from space around Duna, we can do that. Science data from surface of Ike. That's a little tougher. Do the comets. And that's it. So what did we get from that? 42 grand? I like it. All right. The Pog Champs. I actually need to go back and redo the Star Shard Pog emote. When I originally got it, I was like, yeah, this is fine. And now I want it to be better. I want it to be like a real big Pog, if that makes sense. All right, so Jewel 1. We're going to be launching you first. Get this show on the road. So many Pog Champs, guys. Score Gaming is ravenous for the Jewel mission. All right, Aston996, thanks for stopping by. Have a great evening or morning or whatever time it is. And I hope to see you back in the future if the stars align and the time is right. I know my schedule is US prime time and all the best streamers are going live at the same time, so you know, you've got something better to do. I always say just do it. 1922.2 and 742.7. There we go. That doesn't seem right, does it? I feel like this is missing. Oh, there we go. I see now. Aha. Thank you, game. All right, let's set this as target. Oh, that's very close. Yeah. Now we're cooking. Oh, that's awesome. Looks like the Oracle was correct, guys. We do, in fact, have a Jewel encounter. Meow. Gore Gaming is new, but not really. That's fine. That's the, that's to catch the newbies. It's a newbie trap. All right, I think we'll do a mid-course correction here. It's probably the best way to handle that. But we can go ahead and do this launch right here. Hey, ho ho ho. Hee hee hee, ho ho ho. All right, node in 13 minutes with a 1 minute 40 second burn time. Let's go ahead and get that ready. The only one that I'm concerned about is the miner. But if somehow stuff gets screwed up, I don't know what we're gonna do. I just have to hope for the best, I guess. Because it has ore in it, which is not taken into account when the game is calculating delta V. All right, so we're gonna want to burn like now-ish. 1 minute 40 seconds. That's no, that's a lot. That's why can I not do math? I'm an accountant. 50 seconds is when I should have done it, so I'm kind of going over past the point here. Oh, we should probably make sure that our control point is correct so we don't have another one of those. Okay. Control from here. All right. You guys remember the Eve mission where I had the control point wrong for like the first half of the burn? And then rather than abort the mission, I just did it and we ended up getting stuck around Eve. Yep. Not letting that happen again. Not this time. It's Christmas. There's a hoe for you and a hoe for you. Hoes, hoes, hoes. Merry Triple Xmas. Yes. I thought that was funny since I was in middle school. You weren't here for that. Oh, you can absolutely laugh at me for it. It was super embarrassing, and that's how I ended up not trusting control points. So if you've seen my list over on Urban's channel, it gets updated infrequently, but that definitely made it on there. Yeah. Oh shoot, yeah, I don't have the I don't have a Nelson laughing, but I do have another one that I will play after this burn. Okay, so let's focus here. We just need to keep an eye on our burn and hope that everything goes smoothly. Now, Cuddling Wolf, I believe I came into your channel with an urban raid once. Actually, that was, you know, like a couple days ago. And I hear you like Oxygen Not Included. Is that true? Do you have any pointers for me? Because I've been having some issues with that game. I played it on stream a couple weeks ago, and as soon as I got into the new rocketry stuff and Spaced Out, I just completely fell apart. Oh, okay, here we go. This is where we're at now. All right, that's where we're gonna leave it. Check your hours. Ooh boy, main games are KSP, yep. Oxygen Not Included, yep. Factorio, yes. I haven't played Medieval Engineers, but I have played a little bit of Space Engineers. And then Building Survival Strategy. Yeah, that's pretty much my wheelhouse as well. Stellaris is probably... Stellaris and EU4, Europa Universalis 4 are my big ones for strategy these days. And then, of course, Civ, which I don't play as much anymore. All right, so that is the first of our launches. Let's switch over to our next, the Jewel Miner. Switch to the Jewel Miner. So 830 in Oxygen Not Included, 900 in KSP. Yeah, that's a lot of hours. People are always surprised, I think, at how many hours people have in KSP. And then you turn around and you say, that's not even close to being good enough to actually consider yourself good. All right, so same numbers, 1922 and 742.7. Also, here's what I promised.
I'm learning.
There you go. Interesting. So this just straight up does not have enough to leave. So we're going to have to send up an auxiliary piece. So we're going to skip that one for now and switch to the Jewel Lander. 1K in Factorio as your winner. That's a lot. Holy cow. Yeah, I'll have to pop in sometime when you're streaming, or if I get around to streaming it again at some point. All right, so put the maneuver there. 1922.2. 22. Oh. Come on. 742.7. There we go. That should be good. Jesse, did you not know about the time warp button? I hope that's the, well, wait. Over 7,000 hours in KSP and you're still learning. There was a time when I basically was not time warping because it was so buggy. I would only time warp very sparingly. So I did spend a lot of time just staring at screens or staring at the ship on the map while it was heading towards its destination. Those were the dark times. Someone actually asked me to do a real-time KSP challenge. Yeah, I guess if you can just leave your computer on with the game running for however many days, like a year, you have a separate computer maybe. That's just nuts. All right, I should probably make sure that this is actually going to the right place. Okay, there we go. Perfect. Let's check. Yeah, that's correct. Right about there looks good to me. Get the maneuver ready. And 3 months later, if that. I mean, how many days is it to get to Duna? It's like 200. What even would you do? I guess if you're doing other missions in the meantime, but I feel like there's only so many trips to the Mun in Minmus you can do. And even those are going to be a week long real time. All right, let's point. Oh, shoot. This guy is, oh, so what the, oh, this is a nuclear engine. Crap. Okay, that's all right. We can fix this. Nuclear engines will be the death of me someday. Jesse Spachemin says, I won't lie, I've gone to the Mun without time warp. It takes about 6.5 hours. Yeah, that's probably the easiest one you're going to be able to do. Beyond that, you're leaving the computer running for days at a time. So maybe if there was if you could have a dedicated server for KSP and do your maneuvers and then just let it sit and then come back when your alarm goes off or whatever, even if it's the middle of the night. I feel like I heard a story of somebody doing that, but it might have been a meme. Like, oh, I gotta get up and do my transfer burn at 3 in the morning, because that's when it is. If a Kerbal day is 6 hours, 4 Kerbal days, 1 real day, and a Kerbal year is 426 days, a little over 100 days in a Kerbal year. Exactly. And I'm in year 11, so I don't want to, you know, show off my math skills, but that's a lot of days. So my plan for right now, I guess I should be burning towards the target, huh? Is to do partial burns. So we'll do 1 burn here, then we'll come back around and try to figure out how much more of a burn I need to do. Seems like it's going to be a lot, though. Look at transfer burn windows. You can miss it by like 6. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I guess. Unless you're somebody who's really, really like going for efficiency, but even then, you're saving a handful of meters per second at that point. And I know there's some people who get real into it. Like if I launch exactly here at this time, at this inclination, I can save 20 whole delta V, which is almost enough to do anything. Meanwhile, I'm getting into retrograde orbits around Eve, and I'm just like, yeah, you know what, this is fine, whatever. What's so good about prograde orbits anyway? Alright, so the maneuver is scuffed. Hey guys, welcome back to my real-time KSP stream. We're coming up on our transfer burn. We're burning for 3 minutes. Here we go. See you in September. Yeah, that's exactly how it would go. Maybe you could do like a Twitch plays KSP thing. No, that would be a disaster. No. Forget I said that. I don't even know how that would work. Someone is already doing that? How does it even work? What do you do? Twitch can't... There's too many controls. It's not like... At least with Pokemon, there's only a handful of buttons. You send it... Kiwi... Okay, the KOS stuff. I gotcha. I still don't get it, but... Whatever. Okay. So I guess we're just gonna keep on burning for a while. He streams 24/7. It's pretty amazing. Got to the mun. Oh, well. Guess you can't fault that then. If it's working, it's working. It sounds stupid and it works. It's not stupid. Alright, so here's my current problem. How do I set this up so that I can do the burn now? Because the whole thing was that I'd want to do 1 burn. Why did they bring a nuclear engine? This is so pointless. Cuddling Wolf actually works in robotics. That's amazing. All right. And built a chat-controlled robot arm. Viewers got to control it, but it was a real-life arm. That's pretty rad, dude. I'm an accountant. I made a spreadsheet the other day. It was really cool. Not to brag, but I have actually built some pretty cool spreadsheets. Yeah, you've heard of some if, but have you heard of some ifs? Probably not. This is a boring burn, guys. We're literally just burning, and I'm not even sure at this point it's a good idea. Like, there's a certain point where you've gone past the maneuver where it stops being effective and starts being a hindrance. Socioeconomics was your major. Finances give me headaches because my study was in the but why though part of it. Yeah, I'm in personal finance, which I don't actually do that right now, you know, professionally. But it's sort of my thing that I like the most, like helping people do budgets and plan for retirement, all that good stuff, which is why one of my channel point rewards is financial advice. So if you have a personal finance question, I mean, you can just ask it in the chat. I don't care. If you hit the financial advice button, you just get random financial advice that I come up with on the spot. It's typically going to be spend less than you make and make sure you're saving something, anything, for when you stop working. Unless you live in a civilized country that, you know, helps you out in your retirement. All right, I think we're going to have to call the burn here, and we'll do a new one. Oh, that's too much. I think I want to get to the edge of the system. No, that's way... Okay, we don't want to do that. We could maybe go to the Mun. Out past the Mun. Let's make sure that our inclination is also correct. There we go. And then once it comes back around, we should be able to get it to Jewel. Did I ever tell you about the non-profit I'm launching? I get the feeling you'd like it after hearing you say that. I heard you talking about it, but typically when I watch streams, I'm at work, so I can't pay full attention. But yeah, if you want to... Did you post it in Urban's Discord? I could check it out from there. All right, so 3 days. No, 2 hours for this one. So let's go ahead and warp around. What is this? This is a 3-minute burn. Yikes. Did I? Hang on, let me check my my stuff here. What is this one?
I'm learning.
Oh, right, that's Ralph. Did I add a 9 yet? No, no 9. Okay. Got one more slot on my numpad for soundboard stuff. The long/short of it is you're using automated production to make products. With the profit from low labor production, you're paying artists as if they made the products by hand. They get an income while a robot does the work. Okay, interesting. But then it's not handmade. It is post-labor, post-scarcity economics in practice. Well, I can get down with that. That would be great. Correct. We're not selling it as handmade. All right. So it's machine made. I assume the artist designed it or something. Otherwise, you know, what is their role in all of this? Nope. The artist did not design it at all. Okay. Interesting. Their role is to be artists. Okay, so they're artists, but they get money from the sale of robotically made goods. Just so they can continue to make art, I guess. All right, cool. You just, yeah, so like Star Trek, but now. Okay. So that is good. And I'm gonna time warp up a little bit closer. Then we'll start the burn at about 1.5 minutes. They are employees of a company that makes money selling automated goods. Their job is exist. Ah, yes, just as it should be. I actually have a friend who is an artist, and I don't know, he would love something like that. Because he streams and he makes art. He sells art. and he's really good at it, but then, you know, he's always worried about money because it's not exactly a steady paycheck getting artwork. Pretty much Star Trek, yeah. Yeah, he's a really good artist. He makes emotes and stuff, and he makes VTuber rigs. And yeah. Be cool if he could just do that, not have to worry. All right, so we are going to burn. Let the rockets burn. You're an artist yourself. Oh, okay. But you're also a roboticist. Put him in touch. All right, yeah. Yeah, I am talking about Kerbal, actually. He is an excellent artist. He does all kinds of styles. It's great. Very fun stuff. Okay. So how is this particular maneuver going to work, I wonder? Socioeconomics philosophy major, robotics engineer, and multi-medium artist and woodworker. You're old and bore easily. I'm the opposite. Well, I'm old. Well, I do bore easily, but I typically just play more video games. So hobbies are kind of... This whole streaming thing is my hobby, I guess, in the sense of some people have model trains, some people build Legos, some people do Warhammer. I have decided that streaming is going to be my hobby. Whether I can, you know, do anything more than that remains to be seen, but here's hoping. I like playing games. I like sharing the games that I play with other people. I like talking about random other things, like the Batman. You would love to stream all the time? Okay. But then, yeah, UBI, that whole thing. It's the way of the future. It's just, you know, you gotta pry it from the hands of those who stand to benefit from it not happening. Come on, burn. So we're gonna do another 100 meters per second, it looks like. And then we'll switch over to, I guess the ScanSat is our next one. And then we'll need to send up an extra fuel thing for the jewel miner. We're finally ready to launch. This is, oh, if you, for your nonprofit. Yeah, that'll be great. I'll have to check it out. Come on. Getting there. The mun's getting in the way. As always. It's always just standing there menacingly, ready to steal all my hard work away. Okay. I'm gonna cut it there just to be safe. And in fact, I should probably set up the maneuver now so that I don't have to worry when it comes time. All right, how much of a burn is this gonna be? Holy cow. All right, so that is our target. Oh no, I just unset it. That's not what I wanted to do. Yeah, feel free to ramble. I mean, you know, if other people want to chat, feel free, jump in, say your piece. But yeah, if nobody's talking, then chat is open to whoever. Yeah, I first got into personal finance because when I got out of high school, this is Star Shard lore. Yeah, open up the Star Shardpedia and start editing it, whatever. I moved out of my parents' house with my girlfriend at the time, and we moved into an apartment, and I was addicted to a game, so I didn't bother looking for a job. I didn't get a job, and eventually I ran out of money for rent. And then my dad, who was in the army, was like, okay, well, since you can't afford rent, I guess you're going to have to join the army. And then I did. And there, while I was there, I was like, how can I avoid this kind of situation in the future? So I learned how to budget, how to manage my money, how to do all that stuff. And so then when I finally got out and went to school, that's what I went to school for, so I could do it professionally. And now I don't do it professionally, I do it amateurly, but it's still a passion of mine. All right, so the jewel miner is whatever, there it is. There's the scan sap. So yes, I don't really have to be worried about money that much anymore because I have a good job, but I still think it's important to kind of understand how finances work and how your money works, where it's going, where it's coming from, all that good stuff. All right, game. Let's see what we got here. Like we already got a rendezvous. I didn't even have to do any work. I will take this one. Cuddling Wolf was told all his life about the path of happiness through financial success to measure your worth by your money. Eventually got a 6-figure salary as a VP for a branch of an MLM. Ooh. Scamming idiots into joining it. That's pretty brutal. Yeah, so yeah, it's important to not value yourself by your net worth, but also it's nice not to be poor. So you have to kind of balance those two things. Like you need money to do things and to do the things that you like, but you shouldn't pursue money at the cost of everything else in your life. That's why the most important part of personal finance is the personal part. So like I was saying, when I couldn't pay rent and I didn't have a job, like, you know, I wasn't really happy either, even though I was playing games all day, which I honestly would like to go back to at some point, but maybe in a few years, sometime in the future. But this time I'm going to be smart about it and make sure that I have either investments to back that up, or I've turned this into some kind of successful, semi-successful streaming career. All right, so our burn is coming up here. Get ready. Around 36 seconds. All right, everybody hydrate while we wait for this. Been talking for a while now. So who here in the chat is going to see the Batman? My coworker was telling me he's going to see it, and I don't know, I'm not interested. I don't know how much it's connected to the other DC movies. It's not Ben Affleck, so I don't know. Like, I don't want to see another Batman movie. I feel like I've seen enough. Sparkly Batman? Yeah, Vulcan Rider, Sparkly Batman. It's the guy. Hang on, I got Vulcan Rider, I got something for you. I kind of want to have this as a regular part of the stream. Let me get it here. This is what I think of every time Vulcan Rider rants about something. Oh, it's not even the full thing. Hang on. You guys know what I'm talking about, though. Here it is. There you go. You were going to ask if it was Tuesday Night Fair. Oh, for this? No. This is just a picture that I think of when I think of Vulcan ranting about all the stuff these days. So there you go. Yeah, exactly. It's like, back in my day, we had Captain Kirk and we liked it. Yes, Grandpa, that's great. Thanks. It's alright, it's okay to like things from the old days. There's a lot of things that I like that I think have been changed for the worst since I've gotten older. Yeah, I think a lot of people, depending on what style of Captain you like, what kind of story you like, is what the heck just happened? I should still be burning, I guess. For some reason, it looked like something changed. See, I think it depends on either who you grew up with or what kind of stories you like to tell. Because Picard is ultimately more of a diplomat, whereas Kirk is more of a, I don't know, he takes action. He yells a lot, I seem to recall. Oop, okay, there we go. Picard was too uptight and too politically correct for your taste. See, there you go. Old man yells at cloud. All right, so that one is complete. And then we need to make a brief trip back. We had another Star Trek fan in chat. That's true, we did. They were a, did they like Voyager? I forgot. Favorite setting, Deep Space Nine. I wish they would do, like, are there any good sci-fi series going on right now? I feel like there just aren't. That seems like it's, well, the Expanse, I guess. People seem to like Expanse. Okay, anything here? No, we already took everything. All right, so what we need to do is we need to very quickly design something that can just be a big fuel tank to slap onto the miner as essentially a booster. So what do we have that can already do that? I mean, the crew transfer shuttle works, but we don't want to send crew. Fuel delivery drone? Oh, this is a big boy. The big boy thing, huh? I mean, this would work. It does everything we need it to do. All right, so let's just design, oh, this might be a little bit too big. Yikes. What did I even design this thing for? This thing is enormous. What does it have? Does it have Poodle? It has a Poodle as well. We could actually use this to launch the mining vessel most of the way there and then turn it around. All right. So let's do the thing. How much? So I've never seen Star Trek. Yeah, I know, whatever. Call me out, it's fine. But how much lore is there in the show, like the original series, for what life is like on Earth? Because I know in Next Generation, they went to Earth a few times, or at least there were a few scenes on Earth. Were there ever any scenes on Earth in the original series, though? That is my question for you today. All right, yeah, we're just going to send this one. Whatever, it's already been built. I don't want to spend a lot of time on it. They went to Earth in the 60s in TOS. Okay, so they did, that was a time travel thing. Oh, Star Trek and time travel. They sure do love it. I don't know, I'm indifferent on Star Trek, or not Star Trek, on time travel stories. I think they tend to, I don't know, break their own logic. Which, I guess that makes sense, because how can you have time travel? How can that be a real thing? It's just, you gotta play around with it. The first reference to it being a post-scarcity future was in the original movies. In 4. Oh wow, so that was pretty late into the creation there. All right, let's just go ahead and launch. Everything should be good. Just keep an eye on the thrust to weight here. Oh, it's wobbly. It's another wobbler, guys. Some of the Picard movies. I feel like, yeah, there's the Star Trek movies are a mixed bag, right? Like, you got some good ones, then you got some real bad ones, and then you have some kind of mediocre ones. And then you have Galaxy Quest, which is actually great. Somehow. I guess because it was made with love. Like comedy movies used to be. Or some, I guess the ones that you remember were made with love. For the source material. All those, late 20th century parody movies before they got real stupid. Okay, there we go. Let's go ahead and earn a little more. I think my main goal with this craft was to get the full orange tank into orbit. Or at least most of it. And in that regard, it's working pretty well. In First Contact, the episode of Deep Space Nine, Bell riots. Well, isn't the plot... So this is going strictly off of what little I know about Star Trek. So in Star Trek, World War III happens, and then everything gets better. Is that correct? Like, the world basically ends, and then from the ashes they invent faster than light travel and meet the Vulcans, and then everything kind of picks up. I guess, oh, that's First Contact, right? All right, Cuddling Wolf is gonna school us on Star Trek lore. Capitalism shit the bed, all right. Part 1. This is the... Okay, so... And then aliens, gotcha. Shallow launch. Yeah, that ended up being a little shallower than I wanted it to be. I better pick that up a little bit, actually. Can we go a little higher? A little bit higher, maybe. Just a bit? I don't even know if this is going to have enough thrust to actually get us out of the atmosphere at this rate. Okay, come on. Well, here's hoping. Gotta do what you gotta do, right? It's a really fast plane. It's a cruise missile, guys. Come on. You never seen a cruise missile before? It's more of an ICBM, honestly. You're losing so much drag. Yeah. I mean, this was just supposed to be a fuel thing. It's probably fine if it loses some efficiency. But yeah, that was not an ideal launch at all. I kind of biffed it. I gotta buy you a Coke. All right. I'll swing by. But yeah, so we got into this conversation because we were talking about Batman. I haven't followed the DC movies since The Suicide Squad. What was the first one called? The one with Will Smith. I saw that one, and then that was it. I didn't see Wonder Woman. I didn't see Shazam. I guess I didn't see the good ones, right? Like, first they started off real bad with Man of Steel and Batman v Superman and all that. And then they had some good ones, and then they went back to just kind of being mediocre. Waiting for the Irish reunification of 2024 right before the Bell riots? Yeah, I guess you guys know your Star Trek lore. That's like me in Star Wars lore, except I don't know anything about Star Wars lore. All I know is Dexter Jetster is my favorite character because he's fat and has 4 arms and runs a 50s diner. And really, what else do you need to know about a character other than that? And yeah, 2024 is upon us, so that should be coming up here shortly. Although I do remember that... Oh, shoot. I don't want to physics warp. 2015 came and went, and still no hoverboards or flying cars. Let's not get our hopes up. In fact, Deus Ex Human Revolution, doesn't that take place in 2029? We're actually closer to that than we are to the game coming out, just in 2011. Something to think about, guys. How much can we really expect to change in the next 7 years? We have flying cars, yeah, but I don't have one. The idea of the flying car is that everybody can get one. And you can park them in your garage by your house and then drive them to work. Oh, get it, yeah. Maybe if I had a gyrocopter, maybe you could count that as a flying car. Get a big house with a lot of land and a helicopter. Rainbow Yeti has returned. 10,000 years will give you such a crick in the neck. And here he is. He's ready with the Pog Champs. Ravenous for the Kerbals, perhaps. Alright. Let's actually time warp. Did we ever talk about... We did talk about Rocky Horror on the stream before. What is everybody's experience with Rocky Horror? I don't remember who it was that went to a midnight showing. I've never been to an actual showing. I've seen it on, I think I saw it on VHS like 20 years ago. And you feel free to keep talking about Star Trek in the chat. That's fine. I'll catch up with you guys. But the music is so good. And I guess that's most musicals are going to have good music, right? Ooh. Cuddling Wolf knows somebody who played Rocky. You saw it too many times? Oh, that's great. I always like to hear what people have to say about cult classics like that. Because my experience is very different in most cases, because I don't typically go anywhere or do anything. So the idea of getting dressed up to go to a midnight showing of a terrible, or I guess beloved movie in this case, with a bunch of strangers and act out all kinds of silly rituals is like not gonna happen. Not even close. I've already told you guys how I live my life in a constant state of being embarrassed. And that would just exacerbate it even more. Alright, I think we can go ahead and do a loop around here. And I realize that's kind of... You're not really embarrassed because everybody's doing it. But you guys don't understand. I'm the guy... This goes back to when I was a baby, essentially. I remember at preschool... Yes, preschool. That there was a... I don't know exactly what the context was, but essentially everybody... one of the teachers would play a song and everybody would lay down. And I was so embarrassed about it that I would not lay down with the rest of the kids. And so I guess I end up making things worse for myself by not going along with it. I don't know. It's a unique thing that makes me me. There's probably some kind of scientific explanation that I just don't understand. All right, so here is our sort of rendezvous. Go ahead and turn retrograde here. So this is our target, the Jewel Miner. We also need to keep an eye on the Jewel Lander, which is the one that's going out really far before we send it. But you know what? I think all these years have kind of, I don't want to say softened me on it, but I would definitely be up for going to a midnight showing, as embarrassing as it would probably be for me. I would live with it. Okay, is this actually doing anything? Maybe? Probably pass this first then. Ah, my nose got itchy all of a sudden. That was weird. So speaking of musicals, what is everyone's favorite musical? That'll give us something to talk about for hours. I'll go first. My favorite musical is Wicked, because I am basic. And I really like the story. I read the books, like all the books, not just Wicked. And even though the musical changes some things to have a much happier ending than the books had, I think it's still pretty solid, and the music is good. And I saw it once on Broadway. Now, if anybody comes in here, Across the Universe. Okay, I've never heard of this one. Keep in mind, I'm very stupid. Is that a Broadway musical, or is it not a Broadway musical? I guess. I don't know. I don't know anything about theater. I was hoping someone was gonna say like Jersey Boys or Hamilton or something. It's a 60s era movie with Beatles music, but as it was a musical. So like Yellow Submarine? I know that one. All right, we are approaching our target. Let's open up the aperture and find the target. They didn't change any lyrics. They took a ton of Beatles songs, made them into the script, and then wrote a story around it. That's interesting. It's one way to write a musical, I guess. That almost seems like how they made the 90s Romeo and Juliet movie with Leonardo DiCaprio, where they took the script of Romeo and Juliet and then had to kind of fit it into a modern setting. All right, so we are approaching. There we go. Go ahead and turn off the RCS now. And we should have a rendezvous eventually, it looks like. Dr. Horrible sing-along blog, all right. Chicago, Book of Mormon, Rent. Your basic bitch entry, yeah. I was actually talking about Rent the other day. Just in the context of how it really undersells the AIDS epidemic. It's like, oh, we're so sad, but it's beautifully tragic how all this is happening. Like, no, it's not. It's horrible, and someone needs to do something about it. Like, don't just sit there and, you know, sing songs about it. I don't know. That's a rant. That's my rant. That's my old man yells at clouds. People like it, I guess. I'm not going to fault people for liking it. Like, it's not going to hurt you to like artistic expression. All right, let's scooch ourselves over a little bit more and see how our intersect is doing. Not great. Need to push it over more, it looks like. Okay. It's not getting any better. This is very strange. Normally this would work. All right, we'll cut it off there. Big shocker from the socioeconomics. Seeing how they deal with Benny and the class struggle parts, yeah. It gets interesting how they portray it. But you have to remember that of course, musicals are written for people who can afford to go see musicals, so they don't want to be insulting their patrons necessarily. I swear this is going to take longer than the whole Jewel mission itself, just to get this rendezvous done. Alright, let's get a little closer here. Closer. Closer. We're gonna get there, guys, don't you worry. So what did everybody have for lunch today? I'm gonna pick a lunch. What did everybody have for lunch? I had a chimichanga, and it was pretty good. There's a Mexican place near my house that just opened up like a year or two ago. It's pretty good. Not everything is perfect. Every restaurant has its hits and misses, I think. But it's probably one of the better Mexican places that I've been to. And also I love chimichangas. It's just, you know, it's a fried burrito. What's to not like? Oh no, Cuddly Wolf's gonna head out. Yeah, I'll hit you up on, if you're in Urban's Discord, I can find you there, or I'll just DM you here, however you want to do it. But thanks for stopping by. Always nice to have Kerbal fans in the chat. And I will pop by your stream sometime if I catch you. Joke's on you. You're cuddling wolf everywhere. It's a great name. Impressive that you got it. Everywhere. Names like those seem to get snapped up pretty quick. Score Gaming says, I didn't have lunch. Well then, that's kind of sad, isn't it? Maybe it's just me being a chubby fella. I tend to get kind of hungry. Like, all the time. Alright, let's burn towards the target here and see if that fixes our problem. RCS activated. Alright, fine. What did you have for dinner, Score Gaming? And then I guess I'll tell you what I had for dinner too. I had a chimichanga for lunch, and then for dinner I had Chinese. Specifically, I had General Tso's chicken and lo mein. And that's what I had. Ooh, the RCS is not great on this thing. Joke's on me. You didn't have dinner either. Well, come on, man. Give me something to work with. Yeah, oh, you haven't had dinner yet. I see, I see. Yeah, I tend to eat earlier because I get up. I get up at 6 every day. I eat breakfast and then I have to leave for work by 7. And then, you know, 4 to 5 hours later I have lunch. And then 4 to 5 hours after that I have dinner. And I like to eat before stream because after stream it's like 9 or 10 o'clock. I'm not going to eat dinner that late and then go to bed. That sounds like a horrible idea. Alright, so we are on target now. In how many minutes? 2 minutes? Alright, I can work with that. Although we may want to actually slow ourselves down now. Keep an eye on the monoprop. Oh, we don't have a lot of that. Let's not waste it then. We use the big engines. So I walk to work most days, yeah. It's about a 30-minute walk. Just across town. Just live in a pretty small town. And then I typically walk home. So it's about an hour of exercise every day. If you count walking as exercise, some people probably don't. If you live in a big city, you're just used to it, I'm sure. I've got a lot. I wouldn't say I have a lot more energy. I just don't have a car, so that's where I'm at. My car broke down like 4 years ago, and I just haven't had the need to get one, so I don't currently have one. Maybe someday. Maybe if my streaming career takes off, I'll be able to afford a nice new car. I could show it off. But until then, I'm just walking, getting rides, whatever. I should get a motorcycle. Oh yeah, I'm sure Emmykins would love that. And I'm sure that would work really well in the winter when there's ice and snow all over the roads. Ooh, scraping the thing. Don't let the mics touch. I had thought about getting a scooter, but then I had the same issues. Like, the only time I really need to drive is in the winter, and the scooter's not going to hold up in the winter. Get a snow machine. Those aren't legal on the street. Oh, a snowmobile? Ooh, I don't know. Yeah, I don't think they are. They're probably not legal on the street. And I don't know that I'd want one of those either. Although they are fun. I haven't been on one of those, but I have been on a jet ski, and I think it's pretty much the same experience. All right, we are approaching. Let's try to get everything lined up here. I said, let's try to get everything lined up here. Mm-hmm. Looking good. All right, there we go. Jet ski is equals snow machine equals motorcycle. Yeah, I think it's pretty similar. I guess the difference is if you fall off a jet ski or a snowmobile, you're typically not gonna, you know, scrape your skin off. Although your swim trunks may be removed by the force of the fall in the case of jet ski. I don't want to talk about it. And with a snowmobile, I don't know. I've never driven one, but they seem kind of dangerous, like less dangerous than a motorcycle, but more dangerous than a jet ski. I don't know. All right, let's go ahead and just warp this part. Get nice and close and then dock them together, and then this should give us the extra oomph we need to get out of Kerbin's sphere of influence. Okay, yep. All right. Let's point ourselves toward... Let's just go ahead and point towards the target, and we'll use the RCS that we have to do what we got to do. Well, Vulcan Rider, you might just be a better driver than me. Alien coming in with the raid, the Destiny raid. I hope that Destiny is treating you well, even though I don't agree with your choice of games. I will respect your right to choose them. And yes, if you're not following my good friend Possibly an Alien, go check her out. She does very different types of games, so I don't know, weigh your options. But we do collaborate every Tuesday if you want to see our banter or anything like that. And you probably are also going to know her from the Urban stream. Destiny looks like modern day Doom, except they already made a modern day Doom. It's called Doom, and it's actually pretty good from what I've been told. All right. We're trying to get her to play Kerbal. Oh, that's true. Yeah. When are you going to play Kerbal? No more excuses. It's Kerbaling time. All right. How am I going to lock on target here? Set as target. Set. Chat, it's not letting me. It's not letting me set as target. Doesn't like me. All right, whatever. Set as target. There we go. We'll do it this way. It'll happen. Oh, you want it to be a Tuesday thing? That's true. That would probably make it easier, because then I could walk you through how to kind of do stuff. Okay. We're burning. We're burning. We're using the RCS. Well, now I'm burning the fuel out of this thing. That's not ideal. I'm using all that monoprop. Ah. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. This thing can make its own once it lands somewhere. It'll be fine. You don't want me to? Oh. All right. All right. Or are you talking to Vulcan? I guess either way. If you don't want me to explain anything, I'll just let you fail on your own. I'm okay with that. All right, here comes the docking maneuver. Okay, that is set. Everything looks like it's on target. One thing we need to do is slow down a little bit. Beautiful, beautiful. There we go. Saying you don't want Vulcan to stop reminding you. Okay, gotcha. So you do want me to help you play. That's probably smart. You'll get a lot farther with someone kind of co-piloting than you will bumbling around. Although you've watched enough of our streams, whether it's mine or Vulcan's, to kind of have a good idea of how to play the game. All right, set as target. And slow it down. All right, so the docking continues. Also, I asked you on your stream, but I had to leave to eat dinner. Do you have a plan for next Tuesday? What horrible thing will you choose to expose me to this time? We can only wonder and speculate, chat. Vulcan Rider says, that's one of the downsides to hanging out with the same set of streamers. I don't know how many times today I've had the same person in multiple tabs. Just watching Jake in a boat and Urban, all of a sudden you have to watch two Urbans. Then you're watching me and Alien, and now you have two. We'll close one. You don't have to leave them both open. Okay. So first things first, we're gonna transfer all the fuel out of this one to this one, because this is disposable. Then, where do I, okay, the monoprop's all in here, it looks like. So let's get all the monoprop out of here. And all I'm doing is pinning these. Yeah. Oh, okay. Feel like some of those got screwed up. Whatever. All right, so that is that one. So I want this one. And then not that one. That one. And then this one. Perfect. All right, we're ready to go. Let's get the maneuver set up. Actually, hang on. Let's turn this engine off. And we're going to control from here. There we go. Let's go ahead and add in the total, 1922.2 and 742.7. There we go. Then we want to disable crossfeed. Perfect. So this is going to be a very delicate maneuver. We're basically going to have to burn, decouple, switch, engage the engine, and then burn again. So we'll see how it works. And this is a 5-minute burn time. Yikes. So yeah, we'll get Alien to play Kerbal someday. Speaking of which, when Urban gets back, I'm sure he'll let me know when he's back if he comes back. We're actually planning to do something next Thursday together. And that's looking like it's going to be playing Stellaris. He's never played before. He does own it though, he said. So I'm going to be kind of walking him through how to play, which is going to be a ton of fun for me. All right, so this is engaged. let's prepare and hope for the best. Ready, steady, we go. All right, we're just gonna let the maneuver node handle it. Why don't we play together? We are gonna be playing together, but he's never played, so I'm gonna be kind of walking him through making an empire and how to do stuff. So I don't know what you mean by play together, but we're gonna be playing together for some meaning of the word. Multiplayer. Yeah, we're gonna see what works best, because multiplayer can get kind of buggy. Your partner's talking to you. Well, tell him to go away. You would like to play together? In this case, I'm talking about me and Urban. But yeah, I was mostly just gonna walk him through, because if I'm playing, it's hard for me to also help him. But we'll see what works best. Actually, yeah, that's true. Alien as well. If you want to do something with Stellaris, let me know, and we can do something with that. I know you typically play more action-y type games, but Stellaris is a great, easy to get into strategy game. You can even, for those of you people who like Star Trek, make a Federation. And it's very fun. Well, actually that part's not very fun. Although they have been working on making them more fun to play. Basically, the issue is the Federation will have a rotating leader, I guess. I don't know how you describe it. Sort of the head of the Federation. And that person has access to a special Federation fleet, and you have the power to declare war on other empires and stuff like that. It gets kind of complicated. I think most people just play as a single empire that just wipes out all the others. I prefer a more pacifist approach because they get some real good benefits. And it's not like you can't fight as a pacifist, you just have some limitations on it. You saw someone playing Star Trek Online today? I didn't know that was still a thing. I thought for sure that had been shut down. That's incredible. All right, so yeah, we're just gonna have this thing stuck in orbit, it looks like, which is fine. In fact, we might actually be able to swing this where I can get it to drop back down into Kerbin's atmosphere, depending on how far this takes us. We got another 600 meters per second in the tank. So if we have another situation where we're going all the way out where the Jewel lander is, that would actually be great. Because then we could go out here, drop just a little bit to undock and drop this in the atmosphere, and then use the other engine to finish the burn on the other side. There are actually quite a few games that are like Star Trek that we could actually, oh, that would be so much fun. So Alien, I'll talk to you about it on Discord, but there's a game called Pulsar where essentially we have a ship and we are each in charge of a specific part of it. So like somebody's the captain, somebody's in charge of navigation. It's like having a bridge fleet or bridge crew on Star Trek. And so if we got a couple more people together for that, we could actually do that on stream. And I'll talk to Urban about that next time I talk to him as well, because that could be a lot of fun. So many fun things we could do, guys. All right, so this is looking like it's gonna take us to about the same spot, which is perfect, because then we can plan to do that burn that I was talking about. And looks like We have 1100. Okay. What is the best way to approach this, I wonder? Probably better to continue burning for a bit. Just to get as much delta V out of this as we can. Because I don't know how much it's going to take to capture once we get there. And I'm actually kind of concerned about it at this point. But if we've got another 1100 to go, that could be kind of bad. All right, so our periapsis is in 17 days. What does that put us at? That would still put us within our transfer window. All right, let's keep going a little more. Oh shoot, we got a min-miss encounter. Actually, that could be beneficial for us. We could land on min-miss. Well, we've already got a full tank. It doesn't do us any good to land on min-miss. Can we get rid of that encounter, maybe? Maybe. Oh shoot. We've gone too far in a few places. Uh-oh. Okay, what is the best way to approach this? Oh god. Okay. Okay, it's working, I think. Oh, now we have a mun encounter. No. All right. Okay, so what is this doing for us at min-miss? Let's take a look. All right, so we're like way off to the side. Let's just close that up. There we go, perfect. So 15 days out and then 30 days back. We'll still be within the transfer window, I think. So I'm just gonna roll with it. Hey, it's lurk time. Enjoy your dinner. Hope it's something delicious. All right, so we're just gonna let this sit for now. We'll make a alarm clock. And then we're gonna switch over to the Jewel lander. And that'll be our next maneuver. Okay. Set the maneuver. That's our thing. Burn time 8 minutes. So we want to be about 5 minutes out. And everything else looks good. Could have swore we had some ships that were launching too, though. Let me go to the KSC and check on those. So let's I've been kind of getting distracted by the flying here. What do you guys want to talk about tonight? Anything exciting happened this week that I completely missed, aside from Kanye West and Kim Kardashian finalizing their divorce? I did not miss that. I actually found it out yesterday while looking up something totally unrelated. And I was like, oh, I didn't even know they were getting divorced, and now it's been finalized. Interesting. All right, let's take a look here. The Jewel lander is going there. ScanSat is here. We'll make a thing for that. And where's it? Jewel 1 is also on its way out. Okay. So I guess we'll just go ahead and a couple of times to get everything through the sphere of influence and the maneuvers and everything. The amount that Vulcan Rider cares about that particular thing is measured in microgivishits. 0 microgivishits given. Vulcan, how can you not care about a celebrity power couple breaking up? It's the most important thing to happen in our lifetimes. remember when who I don't know. I can't think of anybody. But I'm sure something important happened that I forgot about. The Kardashians are famous for being famous. Well, kind of. I think the thing about fame is you have to have some kind of in to get your name out there. And then once your name's out there, you can start being famous for being famous. But you can't just get famous for no reason. You have to be able to turn that fame that you get, the spark, into something you can actually use. Switch to, oh shoot. I didn't actually want to switch to it. They seem to have, I don't remember what the spark was, but there was a spark. I mean, I guess if you don't know what they do, then sure, it might seem that way. But they did do something. I don't know why you have to do something to be famous necessarily, though. Like, I'm StarShard0. I'm famous for being a Twitch streamer. Well, not really. But I am a Twitch streamer, technically. Now, the real question is, why do the Kardashians have the same name as the aliens from Star Trek? Seems a little suspicious, if you ask me. I'm just waiting for the Klingons to show up and start making the news. I guess we've already got a Vulcan in the chat. Although I'm hoping that your name doesn't reference riding Vulcans. That would be... I thought their mom was famous because she was married to Bruce Jenner and their dad was some kind of promoter, which is why they probably got famous. It all goes back to O.J. Simpson, doesn't it? As so many things do. Alright, let's head over to our next one, which is the maneuver of the return vehicle. Perfect. Alright. We're going to go ahead and warp again. Warping around. There we go. Coming in for the maneuver. This is going to be an 8-minute long burn, so we're going to have to get nice and comfy, everyone, while we do this. So yeah, so they got famous for some reason. It's just not a very good reason. And then they turned that into making like fashion lines and stuff. It does have to do with riding Vulcan. I rode one of these. Okay, so it's a motorcycle, not like Mr. Spock, which is the point I was going to make. All right, we are pointing at the maneuver node. And once we have that, I'd prefer to pull... Sure, yeah, I guess there are Lady Vulcans. In which case, you know, that's probably more your speed. All right, let's take a look here. Everything appears to be in order. We can warp up to about the 4-minute mark. 6, 5, 4. Okay. We're now going to point towards the maneuver indicator and get ready to rock here. And then since this one, for some reason, I sent the most important person to have high-level piloting with this ship, we're going to have to manually fly it. All right. 20 seconds to go. Let's get hydrated because this is going to be a long one. What are you guys drinking tonight? Water? Soda? Coffee? Tea? Juice? Booze? Maybe beer? Wine? All right, let's go. I always like to hear what people drink. It's fun. I I shouldn't say always. I became a water drinker in my teenage years, and I don't really drink anything other than water these days. Emmykins is having a fresca. You intentionally misspelled their name. Ah, I see. Yeah, theirs was with a K, right? And then the Star Trek ones are with the C. Very interesting. All right, here we go. We're doing the Delta V thing. I do really want this Joule mission to work out, guys. I would be exceptionally happy if this went off without a hitch and everybody got into orbit where they needed to go and nobody died. So we're going to be extra careful with this. If anything has even a hint of potentially going wrong, we're going to kind of change course for whatever the safest option is. But I think we planned enough ahead last Wednesday, or this past Wednesday, that it shouldn't be an issue. All right, guys, let me ask you this. Emmykins is drinking Fresca. Is Fresca a soda in your opinion? Because I would consider it a soda. But there seems to be a couple of different camps in the Fresca being a soda argument. And those two camps are, it is a soda or it is not a soda. Share your opinion in the chat if you want. If you care about Fresca, you probably don't. It's not important. I'm just curious to know. Mostly I want validation. But as for me, I don't really drink a lot of soda. It's more of a, I don't want to call it a treat because it's not my favorite drink. Like, I'm not like, oh, I wish I could have a soda, but I can't. It's just like sometimes it goes well with certain foods and other times it's just, it does not. And in those cases, it's not worth drinking. Or if it's the only thing available for whatever reason. You go to a barbecue. Well, these days people will have bottled water typically, but for a while, I'm sure you wouldn't be able to get that kind of stuff. Just be like, well, we got Coke, we got some Mountain Dew, we got a Dr. Pepper. In my case, I would take the Dr. Pepper. Never really liked the taste of Coke or Mountain Dew. So either Dr. Pepper or root beer. Probably what I would go for. All right, I don't know why I'm out this far. We still got a lot to burn. I should be focusing here. Yeah, we still got to bring this thing all the way out. So Vulcan, once you've perfected your MUN landings and your min-miss landings and all that stuff, soon you will learn the joys of interplanetary transfers and the miserably long burns that they take when you're using nuclear engines or ion engines, I guess. That also applies. All right, we're almost halfway there, guys. Once it gets to the 4, that means half. It's taking forever. Oh wait, Star Trek trivia question. What is Mr. Spock's first name? Or is Spock his first name? Because I feel like you wouldn't call someone Mr. First Name, you'd call them Mr. Last Name, like if they're a warrant officer or whatever. So, let's hear it. Or else I'll have to Google it if nobody knows. I'm sure Vulcan knows. He might be busy though. Star Trek trivia time. What is the name of the Vulcan homeworld? Question number 3. How are the Vulcans related to the Romulans? Question 4. What is the name of the Klingon home planet? Anybody can jump in with answers to this. You could lie and I wouldn't know the difference. Although I do think I know the name of the Vulcan homeworld because that was in the J.J. Abrams Star Trek movie, and that was the only one that I saw. Just the first one. I didn't see any of the other ones. All right, we're still burning. At least we've got some movement happening out here. If it's slow, which it is. You know what? That would actually be kind of a fun channel point reward if I had some kind of trivia questions on hand to ask the chat and reward you with fake points that don't do anything. So obviously I can't give channel points. That's on the Twitch side. And I don't really like those it's like bot points. Maybe some people do. I've never... I like my Twitch experience to be relatively minimal. Like, I don't want too much getting between me and the person that is streaming, which is why I don't use any overlays or anything. The webcam works. I think I've got that small enough and kind of out of the way enough. I could probably put a border around it if that ever becomes necessary. But yeah, even the alerts for follows and stuff, I also keep that minimal as well. Just to avoid... I had for a while, I had different sounds, and then I kind of took it down to a little ping, essentially, that lets me know something's happened, and then I gotta go check. So I can be a little more personable. And if you like that, let me know. If you don't like that, also let me know. As always, the streaming thing, still relatively new. I don't know for how much longer I can keep saying that, but I guess until people no longer buy it. So I'm still trying to feel out what niche I fit into in the streaming landscape. Am I an expert, an entertainer, or a girl? We'll find out. All right, so we're almost there. You can see the line slowly inching towards Joule's orbit. And then we should get our encounter eventually. Vulcan is drinking water. Excellent choice. I think water gets a bad rap. And I think... I don't know. I think people just don't realize how good water is for you. Like, it doesn't have anything in it. It hydrates you without any extra stuff. It's all good. It's good stuff. 1 cup of coffee in the morning and water the rest of the day. Yeah, I don't even drink coffee in the morning. My philosophy on coffee... Oh, stop. No. Okay. All right. Oh, no, okay, I had already done it. Oh, ooh, that was close. Okay. For some reason, I thought I had screwed something up, but no, that was correct. That's what I wanted to do. Yikes. So my philosophy on coffee and caffeine in general is I don't use it normally. That way, if I do need it, it really works. So, you know, the portrayal of being hopped up on caffeine, that actually works if you don't typically drink anything or have anything with caffeine in it. Like, I will be totally wired for several hours after getting any amount of caffeine. It's great. Vulcan Rider used to drink Mountain Dew, but you haven't had one in over 9 years. When you stop drinking soda, you lost 45 pounds in 6 months. Yeah. See, that's my issue. All the weight loss tips that people have, I already do. So I'm already at my limit. I can't cut anything else except for just food. And that would suck. Okay, so once this goes over or exits the sphere of influence of Kerbal, we can switch back to the mining vessel and work out what we're going to do with that. And there she goes. All right, switching over. And then once we've launched this thing, it's just a 2-year in-game wait until we get to do whatever. All right. So first things first, let's get out to the apoapsis. Which is in 8 days. What the heck? All right. You do you, game. All right. Very slowly. Yeah, we're gonna be a little past where the transfer window was, but I think a couple of days on either side isn't gonna hurt. And so my trick here is going to be to burn just a little bit. And we can remove the maneuver now. To get my periapsis below. Make sure I'm doing this right. Yeah, that should be right. To get it below 25k. And then we will flip over, undock, and then increase our periapsis so that it's outside the atmosphere. Okay, perfect. So now we flip over. Actually, hang on. We want this to be going the right way. Oh no, that's right, that's right. We'll go backwards. There is the big fat lie. The fats, even saturated fat, do not make you... Oh, I know that. It's the calories that make you fat. The problem is, I like food too much to cut down on the amount of calories that I consume. So I feel like I've got a good balance in that I don't eat anything... Well, I typically don't eat anything that isn't packed for me. But, you know, sometimes people bring in donuts, and I'm not going to turn down a perfectly delicious donut. All right, so we have undocked. Let's back off a bit. And, oh, turn off the RCS there. Then we just need to increase. Let's turn this on. Look at it. Look at it shaking. As if the gimbling is going to do something. We just need to get this above 70. Beautiful. And there we go. Okay. Now we'll switch back to this. Perfect. So this does still have fuel in it. It's got a lot of fuel in it, actually. We can actually raise this thing's apoapsis up a little bit more. So we might actually be able to recover this because it does have parachutes. I don't know if the engine is going to survive re-entry or not with the heating, but we'll try. So probably somewhere around 17 should be good. All right. And then it's time to make a maneuver. So this is where the tricky part's going to be. Because I don't know exactly how much more we need to go. So we're just going to wing it. It's the carbs because your body stores them as sugar. Well, carbs are sugar, aren't they? Sugar and other sugary adjacent things. All right, so let's maneuver a bit here. Beautiful. So that's going to cost us a big old chunk of change there. But I think we can make it work. How much is that? Really? 1,100? Jeez. So expensive. All right. Well, you got to do what you got to do, I suppose. Okay, and we'll make that a I guess 6 minutes out. It's going to be a 3-minute burn, it looks like. Just miserable. All right. Let me go back. These are going to be kind of overlapping, aren't they? That's not great. So the maneuver's actually going to start. Ugh. All right, we'll do what we can. You are a coffee snob. Oh, I did not know that. Well, in that case, does that change anything? I still don't like coffee. I don't like the way it tastes. I kind of like the way it smells, but not really. And all right, so this is 6 minutes. Oh, yeah, this isn't really gonna work, is it? I think we're just gonna have to let this one crash. That's fine. We'll switch over and we'll just let it crash. That's fine. All right. So here we go. Warping. Yeah, this is going to enter the atmosphere. And then it's going to just burn up. All right. So our goal is to, I guess, get down to 1.5 minutes. And yeah, so there it goes. Yep, so that's destroyed. That's okay. We weren't expecting to recover that. It just would have been nice. We're going to point towards our maneuver node. This is it. This is the moment of truth. Are we going to have enough Delta V to bring this thing home? Or to land it where we need it to go? Start burning now. So a couple things here. We're going to extend out the solar panels. Extend out the radiators. And we're going to start converting stuff into liquid fuel and oxidizer. So there we go. That'll hopefully... I don't think that reduces our weight necessarily, other than the fact that we're burning fuel. But it'll keep our weight as low as possible to keep our delta V as high and as efficient as possible. You get good whole beans, you grind them yourself, you French press them. You're making your own blends, but if you don't like coffee, it's all moot. Yeah, Emmykins used to drink a lot of coffee, or she used to drink a lot of soda and coffee, and now she doesn't drink either. After many years of prodding from me, she finally kicked the habit. Somebody has coffee? Yeah, turns out that Vulcan is a coffee snob. You know what? You guys missed, for those of you who weren't here on Tuesday, or weren't over on Alien's channel on Tuesday, you guys missed an excellent coffee commercial. Gandalf, are you a coffee man? Because I was just saying that I am not. All right, how's the ore doing? The ore is being refined very slowly, I'm noticing, which is probably good, maybe? The ore is refining very slowly. Here's why that's a good thing. He drinks the coffee. He drinks it up. Yeah, I do not drink the coffee. I occasionally will have one of those frilly frou-frou drinks that's made with coffee. But only if I really need to be awake and I'm very tired. All right. So how much more? Another 360 meters per second to go. So we can see our apoapsis rising here. And then once this is done, we'll exit the sphere of influence of Kerbal. 1 year, 450. So it's about a 2-year trip. That's kind of brutal. The only time you drink coffee is, okay, yeah, is when you're very tired, which is a couple of times a day. Yeah, I wanted to avoid that, so I just never drank coffee. Like, well, I don't want to have to drink something to wake up. That sounds miserable. I already have to deal with enough problems in my life. So coffee is a sort of a last resort for me. Like, I stayed up streaming too late. I'm very tired, but I have to go to work. That's what I use it for. Like, I promised everybody I'd stay up till midnight to stream the new Kerbal game. And then I did. And even though nobody was watching, I did it anyway. Now I feel foolish. Alright, that's good enough for me. Ooh, making a blend. Wow. Words. You like the taste of coffee more than the feel or the effects. Hey, it's the Coop Group. Hello, the Coop Group. Welcome to the Friday night Kerbal stream. I look forward to the day when you guys stream this. All right, let's set our alarm for exiting Kerbin Sphere of Influence. And Kerbal Pog, you'd love to play it? Yeah, it's it really hooks its teeth into you. That's not how you say it. It sinks its teeth into you. It hooks its claws into you. Pick yours. Pick your favorite. And you end up having 1,000+ hours in it. That's what I found. Whether that's something you want to happen is another matter entirely. And there we go. So all of our ships are now en route to Jewel, and we are out of ore. So this is all that we have to work with. I hope it's enough, because if it's not, we're gonna have some problems. Stop the ISRU, retract the radiators, yada yada. Okay. Back to the Space Center. Now we're gonna have to do some additional in-flight stuff. Once bitten beats 2 birds in the basket. That has alliteration going for it, though. Ooh, we got the spooky music. All right. Nothing use. Oh, science data from Space Round Mimus is easy. And let's check where they are. All right, so of course, number 1 is going to be Jewel 1, which is en route to Jewel as we speak. All right. So we'll hit up all of these guys, and we'll set up the maneuvers to make sure that when we enter the sphere of influence of Jewel, we are equatorial, ideally. Also, I should probably check, because I like I said, I've never been to Jewel before. This is untested waters. Add a maneuver. Is that correct? Yes. All right. Now we're going to focus on Jewel. And we're going to tweak our orbit. We want to be equatorial because we're going to end up rendezvousing with Val is our target. All right, this should be pretty easy actually. Oh, a little went too far in a few places. All right. Then hook it in. Nice and easy. Come on. Okay. It does not like that. Let me reset these. Okay, that works. Then we bring it in close. Okay, that brings it in slightly closer. Yes. All right, perfect. So we do want to be going prograde this time. We don't want another incident. Hey, wait a minute. Urban Venture's back. Hello, Urban Venture. Wait, did you say something earlier? Oh, you unlurked. I don't have an unlurk command, but thanks for coming back. I was actually just telling everybody about the potential Stellaris next Thursday. So we'll need to work that out this weekend, if at all possible. Also, Urban, now that you're here, How is it better to getting close to Jewel and then transfer to my target, or is it better to do the opposite of that? Like I have my periapsis low around Jewel and then transfer to Val. Tell me more. Gandalf hasn't played Stellaris in so long. Yeah, I'm excited to see, because Urban says he's never played it. There's a lot going on in that game under the hood. Also, how close can I get to Jewel without exploding? Is there a limit on that? You're not 100%? I'm just gonna get in close then. I guess I can check. Atmosphere. 200,000 meters. All right. Well, we're not getting close. We're not getting that close. So that's probably safe. The main thing we'll have to worry about is making sure that our inclination is good. Unfortunately, we're going to have to change it at periapsis, which is like the most expensive. But that's probably fine. Actually, we don't have to. We can get our circularization, and or not circularization. We'll get our capture and then worry about getting into the right inclination. All right, so that's 111. Next up is the ScanSat. Now, I remember when Stellaris first came out, speaking of how long it's been. I have played it since it first came out. But when it first came out, there were actually 3 different types of faster than light travel you could use. And they eventually ended up getting rid of that and going with hyperlanes, because they were finding that having the different types was actually making the game harder to like design around, because there were too many options. So now it's all hyperlanes until later in the game when you get access to new stuff. All right, so this thing should have enough. And like I said, most of these craft are on their transfer booster still. So it should be okay to spend a lot to get a capture and then switch up after the fact. All right, that looks good to me. And like I said, we can tweak it when we do the individual maneuvers. So I just want to make sure we have something lined up. All right, on to the lander. And yeah, there was another game that I mentioned that it's sort of like a Star Trek type game where we're on a ship and we each have roles on the ship. But we'd need quite a few people. I think we need at least 5 people to play that, which is not really that many, to be honest, but we would need more than 2 or even 3. So we probably want to get some streamers together for that one. Asking Gandalf if he's finished Final Fantasy. He's not even on Final Fantasy 8, the best one yet. I think you're still on 6, right, Gandalf? Good stuff. There's 15 of them. So, yes, there are 8 of them, plus the other 7 that they've made. I'm assuming he's not going to play the more recent ones. Yeah, I was actually talking with Alien about that before she had to go do her lurking for the night. So yeah, so us 3 plus whoever else we could get a hold of. You're probably not even gonna play. What? 10's the second best one. It goes 8, 10, 7. And it's just those 3 actually. Just skip those. Skip everything else. Some people really like 6, I guess, but whatever. All right, that part is done. And finally, last and almost certainly least, is the mining vessel. This one we have to be very efficient with. When does it turn 3D? 7 is when it went 3D. But the remasters they've been doing have been turning the old ones 3D as well. Okay. zoom into Joule here. Like I said, this one we got to be very careful with. So we're going to be very careful with it. Whatever that means in this context. Okay. Now we're going to turn it down. We're going to get this thing as close as possible to take advantage of the old Oberth effect. Okay, there's no way we can get this close. Is that right? 200k? That's insane. So let's not do that. Oh, wait, this is going to get an encounter with Lathe. That might actually work in our favor. Let's go with that. Vulcan knows there's some kind of multiplexer for Twitch. Yeah, that's for... There's a thing you can do that's for partners. And since none of us are partners yet, we probably wouldn't be able to do it. But I'm sure there's some kind of fancy program you could use. I think the best way I found is to just pick someone's stream and everybody goes on that. So that way, you know, you're not splitting the audience. There's a website for it too. Okay. But yeah, so when me and Alien stream, we just switch back and forth who is doing the stream that week. And that works pretty well for us. Extend the antenna. All right. So is there anything we can knock out while we're waiting here? And actually, we should probably get these maneuvers on the alarm clock. Okay, that one's done. So now we'll head over to the Joule lander. You don't count as a viewer if you watch through that, though. Yeah, so like I said, there's no reason to try to get around the whole Twitch thing. Just roll with it. I don't know. Switch to Joule 1. Gandalf probably knows a lot more about streaming than I do, considering he's been streaming for a lot longer than I have. So I will take his word for it. Any tips, Gandalf? Do you have any pro tips for wanting, if you want to be a big shot streamer? Step 1, be entertaining. Don't not be entertaining. All right, back to the KSC briefly. Be better than you? Ooh, that's a tall order. Can I just like fart into the microphone and get hundreds of thousands of views? Or maybe we could just watch anime. I don't know, you know, something fun. Could fall asleep on stream. Either of those things would work, yeah. No, I'm pretty sure you get banned for farting into the microphone. Or at least that's what I've been told. Okay, so we had a mission for Duna. So let's head over to Duna real quick and transmit some data. There we go. The Dun station. So you don't have any good tips or tricks? Urban Venture. What? How do you calibrate the mic then? Oh, well, you do it off stream if you're gonna fart into it to calibrate it. All right, let's check. Oh, science is full. Transmit science. Well, I hope we don't run out of electricity before this is done. We might though. Oh, here comes the sun. There it is. We're good. I think we're safe, guys. Maybe not though. Uh-oh, we're not getting enough sun. Not enough charge. Shoot. Okay, hang on. We need more solar power. Okay, there we go. Now let's try it. Transmit the science, please. You see some, yeah, I know. Well, the thing is, it works if I do it this way. It just for whatever reason, and I think you tested this. If you use it with, if we had 2 of these stations docked this way, it wouldn't work. So I don't know what the actual reasoning for that is. We just don't know. There's not enough information. Our science isn't there yet. View the data. Let's process it, process it, process it. And yeah, we still got a whole lot of data to process. Gandalf, you like my station? Yeah, these station designs have gone through some iterations over the launches. We've gone from having docking ports on the end of hinged arms, which I guess you might want to call dingle arms, depending on how you view them. Who's to say you can't have a tab open for each streamer and watch them on multi-stream? That's what I have always done. You could do that, yeah. I guess. That seems kind of complicated, though. Wait, is this something I can get rid of? Okay, yes, I can get rid of this one. We already rescued that guy. And then Minmus is what they wanted. Head over to the Min station. Min station. If you have all the RAM. So yeah, I would like to be more entertaining for you guys, which is why I've been watching these movies every week. But I don't just want to quote movies. So maybe I'll have to go to Clown College or something. All right, transmit the science. Not a whole lot of science there to transmit, unfortunately. We may need to send out a lander craft to do something, get some more experiments out here. All right, back to the Space Center. What movies? Oh, okay, so you don't know about this, Gandalf. That's right. I have been watching one movie a week for the last couple of weeks. We rotate, me and my wife pick a movie for movie night. And I've been picking comedies to try to be funnier, or at least have an idea of what could be funny. So the most recent one that I picked was Liar Liar, and my wife picked Ed Wood for this most recent weekend, and this is my weekend coming up, and I still haven't decided exactly what I'm going to pick. I don't think T-Bone is still running a Clown College, but if he is, it might end up being that, because he seems like a pretty smart guy. Okay. Explore Eve, yada yada. Rescue missions, don't care. All right. Back to the alarm clock, let's go. Ed Wood is great, like actual masterpiece. Yeah, it was really good. Like, I wasn't expecting it to be as good as it was for an older movie, but it was legitimately great. And I'm glad you're familiar with it. For what it's worth, I think you're pretty entertaining. That's worth a lot. If I can entertain at least one person, that's more than a lot of people are doing. Plant flag, repair satellite, blah blah blah. Plant flag on Eve, yeah, right. I recover component, no. Extract ore from the mud, deliver it, no. We're not doing that one. All right, back to the thing. You like heckling? Heckling is fun, yeah, feel free to heckle. Actually, I had that in my description at one point for the rules. Like, feel free to heckle me. I don't mind. I'd rather be heckled for not being funny than be told to do push-ups. Okay, here we go. Warp to next. So we're about 200 days off. That's not what I wanted to do. Focus on Jewel 1 here. Emmy's always here. Yeah, I've always got one. So, and she's legally required to think that I'm funny. So that doesn't really count. So if one other person, so in this case, Falkenrider, thinks I'm funny, then I will count that. But hey, the rest of you guys are here too, which is great. And I really appreciate it. I don't know why I appreciate it, but I do. I'm sure there's a reason. I think it's because I just like the attention. It's fun to play games while other people hang out and talk. You've gotten plenty of eye rolls from Mrs. Vulcan, huh? Well, yeah, I guess. Oh, I should probably switch to. Yeah, let's switch over there and get ready for the maneuver. Okay, I hope I didn't break the game by doing that. Loading screen is loading. Okay, there we go. Whew. That was close. All right, let's point towards the maneuver. We could gather some science out here, couldn't we? Might as well. I probably should have gathered some from Kerbal orbit, although honestly, at this point, we're so far out, it doesn't really matter. We'll just gather all this up. Yep, keep all that. Serve mystery goo. Keep it. Log pressure data. There is no pressure out here. Log temperature. Done. So we'll do the burn and then we'll send a scientist out to collect it all. All right, Jewel, where are ya? We're burning it up. Let's go. Oop. Okay. Okay, and then we want to go prograde, I think. So the reason I say that Emmykins doesn't count is because I make her laugh in real life regularly. So my goal with streaming is to find other people that I can make laugh or entertain in some way. So it's not that she doesn't count as like a person, she just doesn't count as like someone that is an additional person that I am entertaining, because I'm already doing that regularly. Let's turn this way the heck down to like 1. Can I do 1? 1 is good. Get nice and low here. We'll say like 300 meters, 300,000 meters should be good. All right, there we go. All right, now we're gonna have our engineer hop out and do a little bit of EVA work. Perfect. Gonna download all this. Collect it. Take the data. Take the data. Store the experiments. Oh, I guess I can get an EVA report from out here. Beautiful. That's, you know what? You're more correct than you think, Urban Venture. Because I played again with Emmykins over the weekend, and I also could not get a date to Monster Prom. And it was pretty embarrassing. Keep the experiment. Have Nabby hop out real quick. Take the data. And store the experiment. And go back inside. Perfect. All right. When do you start trying tutorials for it? When do I start looking up guides? Pretty soon. I'm getting to that point. Like, I clearly do not get what the game wants me to do. So maybe it's time to shoot. All right, I didn't. Do I want to do this? Yeah, I want to do this now. We'll just knock it out real quick. Oh, shoot. I don't have control. That's not great. What happened to my connection with... We're too far away, huh? All right. We'll just have to make it work. I should have put a bigger dish on here, I guess. I don't know. Let's open that up. The sun has no surface to scan. Ooh, that's interesting scientific information. It's all right. I can still do full throttle and not full throttle, so it should be fine. Just have limited probe controls here. All right, ready and go. Ooh. Oh, that's not good. May have gone too far in a few places. Don't tell me I'm out of power. We may just have to wait till we're in Joule's orbit to fix that. Oh, okay. I didn't switch halfway through. I was going for one when I realized it wasn't working out. I went for the other. It's not like I was... I don't know. Maybe that is true. Okay. The point is, I didn't have the stats for it, I guess. I don't know how the game calculates exactly how you get the date. Okay, yes. Oh, I guess I can't make a maneuver node. Can I make an alarm clock thing? I would like to make an alarm clock. Okay, I can't. It's fine. Okay, switch to the next. All right, so here we go. Maneuver is coming up in 4 days. Let's get it going. Wow, you can't even tell that we're moving out here. Crazy. Well, we are approaching the maneuver site. There it is. Yeah, you have to zoom out to see on the map, see that we're even moving. That really says something about society. All right, let's get ready to burn. Take 43 seconds, it says. I need to get a high enough number in specific stats based on who you're going for. Okay, but I don't know who likes what stats. And isn't there some kind of affection meter that you need to fill up? Or is that just like a side thing? And I seem to recall that Alien got a date with Damien, despite the fact that he was going to, like, beat her up at prom. Which I guess is one of the secret endings. Which was pretty cool. Alright, let's focus on Joule to see how the maneuver is progressing. Yes. Very slowly, it seems. If anybody's not played Monster Prom, it's basically a dating game, but it's kind of tongue-in-cheek. There's multiplayer, and everybody is monsters. That's it. That's the whole premise. Nothing more to it. It's just a fun, funny, kind of board gamey type game. I definitely got worker placement vibes when I was playing it. Which, if you're a gamer at all, or board gamer, yeah. I don't think board gamers want to get lumped in with regular video gamers. You'll know what a worker placement game is. And there we go, looking good. Looking very good. Just bring it down to 300K. That's good enough for me. I'm not gonna go too crazy with it. Wow, you can really get close to Joule, huh? I mean, yeah, that's how it is, I guess. It's a gas giant. All right, so we'll set up an alarm. All right, and then on to this one. All right, this one is our most difficult and important one, because this is going to fuel all of our operations around Jewel, hopefully. And ideally, we'll be able to fill it up once we get there. We can dock with the Jewel station. All right, so we're going to warp to our maneuver. Speaking of movies, what's everybody's thoughts on Tropic Thunder? I like Tropic Thunder. I thought it was a really solid kind of parody, but also comedy in its own right. And I think Ben Stiller, that whole cast is really funny. All right, there we go. Let's get ready to burn. Be very careful. Be very careful. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay. Like I said, be very careful. All right. We're going to go prograde. Turn off that. We're going to get as low as I feel comfortable. Use RCS here. Okay, let's not use RCS. We'll just turn thrust limiter way down. Ooh, okay. You normally can't stand Ben Stiller, but that's one of the few roles that you really liked. I liked Ben Stiller in Heavyweights, which is the Fat Camp movie. He plays a great villain-ish character. You thought it was one of the dumbest movies you've ever seen? I mean, you've probably seen a lot more movies than me, so that might be right. The dumbest movie I've ever seen is The Love Guru, and I'll rant about that movie anytime. It's so bad. How do you make Austin Powers and then and Wayne's World? You make Wayne's World, you make Austin Powers, and then you turn around and make The Love Guru. Like, did he get some kind of disease that made him not funny? It's the same character from Happy Gilmore. Wait, is Ben Stiller in Happy Gilmore? I gotta rewatch Happy Gilmore if that's the case. All right. I just wanted to come here to get an alarm set up for Sphere of Influence change, like so. So I should have 3 Sphere of Influence changes plus the scan set, which I cannot do anything with yet. Well, I'm glad we got the movie discussion underway. I like talking about movies more than I like watching movies, if that makes sense. Is my Jewel encounter really in 408 days? Oh yeah, I guess that makes sense. All right, we're gonna manually time warp here for a bit. Okay, I can create an alarm now. For some reason, it wasn't letting me create an alarm before. Now it will. So let's go. All right, so this is gonna be our first. The probe is gonna get there first, it looks like. That's great. Except for the fact where I don't have control over it, which is not helpful. He's an aide at the nursing home who torments the elderly people. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, I haven't seen Happy Gilmore in a long time. Is that the one where he's the golfer in that one, right? Billy Madison is the one where he has to go back to school. I'm actually leaning towards The Wedding Singer for this weekend's comedy movie. I think that's one of the better Adam Sandler movies. But I'll wait to see what you guys have to say. And Vulcan, yes, Tropic Thunder is stupid, but I think that's the point. it's supposed to be poking fun at the Hollywood in general. This probe is like in a really bad spot. Because we don't have a lot of control over it. So it's going to enter the sphere of influence, and then we're going to need to immediately course correct to avoid slamming into Jewel. Because we can't lose this thing. This is going to tell us where the ore is. I kind of need to know before I land. Hey, Wes QC. Yes, Ace Ventura is Jim Carrey. We actually watched Liar Liar, not this most past week, but the week before that. And that was okay. It wasn't great. It was funny enough. It definitely kind of showed Jim Carrey's more physical acting side. All right. So yeah, we're going to want to go very quickly doing a burn here to fix this. It's kind of more jazzy, I think. Vulcan, what would you classify this music as? Is this jazzy? Or is this more like funk? Oh, it stopped. All right, too late. Like, we'll never know. Come on. Why did I set it for 1 minute? I knew I was just going to have to sit for 1 minute while it crossed the line. Oh well. It's probably fine. So there we go. Now we want to go radial out to adjust. And we have 305 meters per second to play with. So I'm not too worried about it. We just have to make sure we're not crashing into the surface. Or the quote-unquote surface of Jewel. Oh, okay, there we go. We're not crashing into the surface now. Perfect. That's all I needed. So we have initiated the first flyby of Jewel. Wonderful. Let's go ahead and set like a 30-minute on that. Oh, okay, this is going to happen first, I guess, before the sphere of influence changes. Cool. You can't hear any music. Oh, do I need to turn it up? Hold on. It might be a little bit low. Okay, how about now? Can you guys hear it? I didn't want to have it too loud because, you know, then I gotta talk over it, but at the same time, I'm not great at balancing audio. That's Vulcan's thing. He's the expert. He literally does this for a living. Oh. Here we go. Good. Excellent. I should have asked at the start of the stream, I suppose. That's on me. All right, so this is it. This is the first time I've been to Jewel. Our target is Val, because it is probably the best, easiest moon to land on that's going to have ore for us to mine from, and then that gives us easy access to Lathe and Tylo. At least that's what I hope. I didn't look up any guides for Jewel. This is strictly me going off of what I assume is to be the case. All right. So, Urban, if you have a better idea, let me know now, because I'm about to do it. And I'll explain my reasoning here. I don't want to go to Lathe because Lathe has an atmosphere. I don't want to go to Tylo because Tylo has high gravity. I don't want to go to Bop because it's way too inclined, and I don't want to go to Pole because it's too far out and also inclined. Vulcan Rider used to do sound at church until you burned yourself out. Now you do security at church. That you need security at church? Holy cow. They got you up there in the guard tower. Eyes trained on the perimeter. All right, let's get ready to burn here. We're gonna go retrograde. We can get rid of this for now. So all I need to do now is capture. That's the most important thing right now. Okay, there we go. Perfect. Boop, 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 boop. Okay, let's stop that. Why do I even have a maneuver? Oh, because I can't delete it because the thing is locked. That's right. Okay, we are captured. So we'll just keep going out. That's fine. And then we'll get rid of the debris after everybody is done. Cuddling Wolf is back. You did a refueling outpost a long time ago, but can't remember which moon was used. Okay. Good to know. I just looking at it, Val seemed like the best choice. I don't know if it's Val or Vol. It might be Vol because it's got 2 L's, so like ball. But I'm going to call it Val for now, until someone says otherwise. All right, we've entered orbit of Jewel. Perfect. So my only concern here is that we could potentially get knocked into orbit or get knocked into a encounter. So I'm just going to keep a close eye while I do some manual time warping here. Because this should be happening around the time that the next sphere of influence change happens. Actually, you know what? Can I? Okay, there we go. We're just gonna warp. And then if something changes, I'll know ahead of time. So what is the next one coming up? I assume it's Jewel 1, since that seems to be the closest thing. All right. You have over 9K science. What are you going to do with all that science? And yeah, you don't want to mix up... Oh no, you killed Val? Val is still alive. She's my most senior pilot. Since Jeb unfortunately perished pretty early in the game. With the... I think Emmy Kids posted the clip earlier. But basically some trainees were coming up to deliver supplies to the station he was on, and they clipped the cupola module that he was in, and that exploded, killing him. Yeah, you don't want to kill... Like, Jeb's fine, he doesn't mind dying, but Val, yeah, she's way too cool. All right, I need to switch over to Jewel 1, I think, because I assume that's the one that's gonna enter Sphere of Influence here. Bill and Bob are very, very nervous. Yeah. I tend to not even worry about Bill and Bob because they just do what they do. Like, it doesn't matter too much. Like, they're replaceable as far as engineers go. They just end up going wherever I need them. Jeb died the same way in one of your earliest launches. No drag on the reentry vehicle. Came down like a bullet, and the parachute button never even went yellow. Oof. Yeah, you gotta have those, for the early game, you gotta have those shallow trajectories. Very important. All right, we're gonna say 30 minutes out. And this is actually going to happen sooner rather than later. We want to keep an eye on the ScanSat. Yeah, all of these are coming up at the same time, which makes sense. We launched them at the same time. And I would love it if I could pick up a signal from this station at some point. That would be wonderful. It is coming in, so just have to keep an eye on it. I'm gonna warp to next for this one. Yeah, I feel like it should be close enough. How close do you need to be to get a signal from these things? I guess we'll find out. Maybe I should have just put a relay antenna on it. I keep saying. Jump to vessel. Hope everybody's staying hydrated tonight. Especially if you're partaking in any alcoholic beverages. Apparently not staying hydrated is how you get a hangover. Of course, I'm sure you're all responsible enough that you wouldn't drink to excess. It's a very important life lesson that I have never really learned because I don't drink hardly ever. And when I do, it's like I drink one drink and I'm like, okay, that's probably enough. But yes, despite being in the army, vodka is hydration. No, it's not. Wishful thinking is what it is. What you should do is you should mix vodka with water and then drink that. It's called gross. All right, jewel encounter, here it comes, and there it goes, perfect. Now we'll set another periapsis with them, say 30 minutes as well. Give me enough time to plan and execute a maneuver, hopefully. This is the transfer module, ooh. 30 minutes should still be fine. I can't imagine that a burn is gonna take more than 15. All right, and then finally, we will switch over to this guy. It's wet. Yeah, it's kind of wet, except it burns, which seems like not an ideal candidate for something that would hydrate you. All right, we'll just warp to next. And yeah, that debris is just gonna go flying, that's fine. It did what it was designed to do. Oh. Okay, that's actually fine also. Although I still don't understand why we're not getting the signal. That's really weird. I'm gonna switch over to this and make sure everything is working properly. Litter bug, it's like one piece of debris. I'll just send up some guided missiles to destroy it. Okay, what is this thing's problem? All right, you have high gain antenna. Oh wait, I have it now. Nice. Okay, that's what I wanted. It's the freaking holdup. So yeah, there goes our debris flying off. All right. Let's delete that. All right. So it looks like we're gonna have an encounter with Lathe, which is not something I necessarily want to happen, but I can't avoid it either. So we'll just add that to our list of things that the game doesn't want me to have. Thank you. All right, on to the next one. All right, Cuddling Wolf, head out again, get a shower, get your lasers going. Come out nice, not set the tab on fire, not set the lab on fire. Yeah, that's, yeah, try to avoid that. Speaking of fires. Is this FTL music? It very well could be. This is from the YouTube audio library, which Urban helpfully directed me towards when I was asking about music. So there's probably a lot of stuff here that's been used in other projects, since it is, I guess, copyright free, royalty free, one of those fancy things where you don't have to do anything to use it. Somebody else already paid for the rights. All right, let's add us a maneuver here. Close. So yeah, we'll get a nice easy grab, and then we'll worry about circularizing later on. All right, I'll work with that. 12-minute burn. That can't be right, can it? Oh, because of this. There we go. 7-second burn. Yeah, that's a little. That makes a little more sense. All right, here we go. Coming up on the maneuver. We'll just manually warp here. So what, in your guys' opinion, is the best Mario game? And it doesn't have to be mainline titles, just any game that has Mario in it. Yeah, it's quite a difference between however many minutes and 7 seconds. But that's the power of thrust limitation. You too can become a thrust master. You simply practice these thrust limiting tips. All right, our target is Vol. I'm going to call it Vol now because now it's in my head. Okay, so there is our sending node. And we should be good. Best game, yes, best game containing Mario. I guess that's a better way to put it. Not the best Mario game, but the best game containing Mario. Vulcan Rider picks Donkey Kong. All right, that's an excellent choice. I assume you mean the original Donkey Kong, like in arcades, where he is trying to rescue his girlfriend Pauline from the evil Donkey Kong. A not so subtle reference to, of course, the great King Kong. You'll be happy to know that Pauline returned in Super Mario Odyssey as the mayor of New Donk City. And if you don't know about New Donk City, then I don't know what to tell you. Okay, we're getting a little close to the atmosphere here. I'm actually a little concerned because I don't see a periapsis. Oh wait, there it is. Okay, coming in at 228. It looks like. Okay, we're not gonna crash, are we? Okay, no, 228. Okay. I was like, actually, hang on. Wait, this is excellent time to get science. Oh, look at that. That's beautiful. What the heck? This is so cool. Look at that glow. No graphical mods needed, guys. Clean experiments. Oh shoot, I gotta start my burn. Yeah. This is actually good music for Jewel. Very appropriate, very ambiency. New Jack City. No, not New Jack City. New Donk City. I assume it's named after Donkey Kong. But also maybe not. Okay, there we go. That should be good. All right, just hold that position. We're gonna have Nabby hop out here, gather up some science. So do crew report. We'll do a magnetometer report. Gravity data. The massive gravitational forces of Jewel. All right, so we have goo. We have trace magnetic fields are magnified by the sensitive instrument measured in real time. Okay. That's kind of generic. We're in a vacuum, and of course, yeah, no mods, just vibes. That's all we need around here. And crew report we already got. Nope. Okay. Switch back to our EVA Kerbal. We're going to grab the data. We're going to download the data. Going to take the data, collect the data, take the data, and take the data. Oh, no. No. That was a glitch. Oh. I went flying there for a second. Yikes. Store experiments. Yes. And then get back inside before you go flying again. Is Donkey Kong Wesley Snipes? Donkey Kong is Seth Rogen. So there we go. And nobody else has answered my question about what the best Mario game is. I'm gonna go with Super Mario Sunshine because it has the best music. Although Galaxy has some great music too. But Sunshine is just so bright and colorful. I love it. All right, what is our next sphere of influence change? All right, let's switch over to whatever that is. I have a lot of things to juggle around here. Vulcan Rider is an overachiever. Yeah, that's true. You tend to answer the questions more often than other people do in chat. All right, 18 grand for that one. Nice. And this one is about to enter sphere of influence in 4 days. So I may actually want to be focused on Jewel for this part. So we'll switch over to Jewel 1. Grand Pooh World 2, mostly for the music. That is Mario in Earthbound? Is that true? I'm not, this isn't Japes? You're not, whatever the word is. And no, Vulcan Rider, I'm not saying, wow, he won't shut up. It's called chat for a reason. Like, you come in here, you chat. I guess you don't have to, but, you know, it's nice to know that there's other people out there having a good time, enjoying the vibes, answering the questions. Do we have another? Okay, so it's just this one. So this is going to be 64 days. Boy, these are some long times to be spending. I might actually want to lower this down at this point. No reason not to. I've got the gas. We've already captured. And we can just ditch the booster here. All right. So we will now disengage. Now we'll save that actually until we're ready to do our next maneuver. Well, this one's kind of fun. Grand Pooh World 2 is a Super Mario World ROM hack. Oh, okay. It's really sad to watch a streamer sitting there talking to themselves. I don't know that it's sad. I'd rather them talk to themselves than not talk at all. Like, that's one of the skills you have to have as a streamer. You need to be able to talk even when there's nobody to talk to. You have to imagine a person, preferably sitting at home in their underwear or naked. You have to imagine that you're talking directly to that person. You're like, hey, how was your day? How comfortable are your underpants or lack thereof? I hope everything's going well for you. I see you got some Cheeto dust spilled on your stomach there. That's a good look. All right, let's go ahead and manual burn or manual warp here. I got a lot of eggs to juggle, and I don't want any of them to go flying off. Rule number 1, yeah, no dead air. You cannot have dead air. If you have dead air, you're failing as a host. Which is why I keep talking about Batman, even though I literally do not care about that movie. But somebody might, you never know. The Cheeto guy, the naked guy with the Cheeto dust, could care about Batman. He's like, oh, he's talking about me. He's talking about Batman. I love Batman. I like when he says, I'm Batman. And you know what? I just made that guy's night by talking about Batman. Those mental images brought up as payback for Kerbal killing Jet. Yeah. Look, you have to understand the landscape of the internet today. These are the people that you're interacting with. It's like, imagine if comic book guy had a baby, not with anyone, just had a baby. That's who we're talking about here. And that's okay. I respect that. Sometimes I feel like that. Sometimes I wish I could just sit around the house, and watch movies and say worst episode ever and be taken serious. Millennials, yeah. Yeah. Millennials killed whatever. Millennials are killing the comic book industry because they don't read, because they're too stupid. Like, no, I don't read because I can just go on the internet and read. All right, so we're going to an ascending node, which means we need to descend, right? I think so, yeah. I always mix those up, but I'm pretty sure it's the opposite. You do the opposite of what it says when you get there. Vulcan Rider works from home. Yes. All right, Gandalf says comic book guy asexually reproduced. Exactly. See? I told you. We know what's going on. I have my sources on these things. Okay, so are we ready to burn? Wait, where's this fuel coming from? Hold on. No. Disable crossfeed. Ahaha, game. Trying to screw me out of my Delta V. I don't like it. Not one bit. And yeah, if you stop talking, then Twitch stops promoting your channel and YouTube stops promoting your videos. It's all very dystopian, whichever is appropriate. All right. How much farther do we have to go? Oh, 11 minutes. Yeah, we can probably just swing that. There we go. So there goes our poodle. This is actually a pretty good one. This is a bop. I would have expected that mental image of the Cheetos guy to come out of Gandalf Lundgren's mouth. Look, I've been around the internet long enough to know the kind of people that I'm dealing with on a daily basis. It's all good. Wow, the sun's really small from out here. And Jewel is very large. And I believe that is Tylo over there. Tylo is freaking huge. Holy crap. Yeah, that's why I didn't want to go to Tylo, because it's too big. Ooh, this is a funky one. Alright, I can vibe with this. Where's possibly an alien? She would like this. Probably having too much fun. If you break to pee, Amaranth gets a couple more followers. Yeah, that's why I never break during my streams unless it's like an emergency. Like, I don't need to be sending all my followers to Amaranth. She's got a million already. A million more on the way. Unacceptable. That's something you can never unsee? Which part? Years go to Pokimane? I mean, I guess, yeah. I'm surprised she's still allowed to get followers since she was just watching anime. This actually reminds me of the SimCity 4 music. It's very urban, jazzy type stuff. Gandalf's last comment. Oh. Okay. Who is Amaranth? A titty streamer, as we call them in the Twitch community. In the trifecta of the Twitch success stories, she would be the girl side of the equation. The last time I saw her was on accident. I was looking for Factorio, and it said, people who watch Factorio also watch, and boom, Amaranth playing Just Dance in lingerie. It's like, I know that camgirl sites exist, Twitch. You don't need to show this to me. Urban Jazzy, one of your rejected usernames. DJ Urban Jazzy, that could be fun. All right, how much farther? 3 minutes. Can I just not do that? I'd rather just knock this out now and be done with it. Alright, looks like the game is going to grant me this request. Does me this kindness. Alright, so this part is done. We'll check back in with the ScanSat later. Actually, we should check in with it now. I don't know. ASMR. Oh, that's true. She does ASMR with cleavage. Yeah. She gyrates on pool toys and writes chat donation names on herself. That's true. And honestly, if that's all I had to do to get viewers, I would do it too. But I don't think anybody wants to see a fat, hairy guy write people's names on him. You'd hardly be able to make them out, honestly. Okay. Focus view. Let's keep an eye on the Jewel stuff going on here. We have Jewel 1. We have this thing, and we have... That's 2. Where's 3? I see 1, 2. There should be a third one. Where is it? Am I missing something here? Oh, okay. This one, Jewel Lander, is still coming in. That's right. All right, so we're good. All right, so as soon as this hits here, we should have 4 total in the Jewel system. Just think of how much real estate I have for names. Yeah, but it's all overgrown. And also, yeah, licking ear-shaped microphones. It's weird. It's weird and yet strangely enticing. Not that I would know. I've been told I should do ASMR, but I guess I can't hear it because it's my own voice, and you know, typically people don't like their own voice. They don't like the sound. Back shaving stream. You know what? I don't think there's any rules against that on Twitch, but I wouldn't want to shave my back because then it would get really itchy. And that just sounds like a nightmare. Wasn't there no, the episode of Seinfeld, he shaved his chest. That was a good episode. I mean, I guess I can't really think of a bad episode. Ash subscribed with Prime. Holy crap. Ash is back. Hello, Ash. Thanks for stopping by. Hope you've been having a good time. We've missed you. Where is my freaking... Okay, there we go. Set the alarm for 30 minutes. And here we are. Beautiful Jewel. And... see where are we at? Periapsis? Warp next. Sub-hype. Enjoy your Pigman and other less interesting emotes. All right, 18 days, which is this one. Ash has come to watch the Kerbals. Hope everything's going well over there in merry old England. I know it's not exactly a conflict zone, but you're a lot closer than I am, so I guess stay safe. That doesn't quite make any sense, but yeah. All right. Oh, you know what we should talk about? We were talking about English foods, and I got schooled on the difference between a crumpet and an English muffin. Now, any English people, I think Urban and Ash are the only ones. Why is it called a banger and not a sausage? Is there like a history of that? Switch to, is this the one? This is the one. Okay. Let's go, I guess. It just always struck me as kind of weird. Like, bangers and mash. Sure, it's sausage and mashed potatoes. Oh, it's a slang term. Okay. I mean, I guess it makes sense that it would be a slang term, but why is it a slang term? Because that... is it like Cockney slang? Is it just, you know, one day someone's like, "Oi, hand me some bangers and mash." I don't know. That's my English accent, I guess. Does anybody in England sleep? I mean, as much as anybody in America sleeps, which is probably, but I think a lot of the Twitch user base is people who stay up late, typically. Except for me, since I'm an old man, and my sleep schedule has been locked in. Alright, one day. We'll just keep an eye on everything here. Our goal is going to be, I guess, to get lined up with Val's orbit somehow. Apples and pear. Okay, bangers are bangers because they explode when cooking if you don't poke them first. Okay. That's Gandalf's theory, I guess. Oh, geez. Horses and cart. Yeah, this is all Cockney rhyming stuff. I'm semi-familiar with the fact that that exists. I don't know any. But I know that it's a thing that exists. Which is better than not knowing anything, but not much better than not knowing anything. Used to work at a joint that served bangers and mash. Okay. I mean, a lot of places serve sausage and mashed potatoes. Like when you have a butcher's at a new motor. Okay, see, yep, here we are. Most sausages need to be stabbed before cooking. Yeah, that's true. You know, unless you like to live on the wild side. I like to live dangerously. My sausages. I prefer my sausage not be poked. Thank you very much. There's a place in New York that sells English meat pies. I'm sure there's lots of places in New York that sell English meat pies. All right, I gotta see this because we're gonna have a pretty close encounter here. Oh, here it comes. Look at that. Also, look at Jewel. That's incredible. How long do you guys think until manned mission to Jupiter and someone is actually going to get to see this view? Like just a massive glowing yellow, orange, brown ball. Amazing. 2010, 2000, no, hang on, no, go back. Too far. We've gone too far in a few places. Yeah, the science fiction of the old days seemed so hopeful, didn't it? It's like, oh, by the year 2000, we'll be living on the moon. Like, yeah, no, not quite. Still working on it. It's, things aren't quite going that well. All right. So I guess the question is, how many orbits are we going to need to do before this becomes an option? Because I don't want to get stuck. Oh, wait, this could be an option now. What the heck? Maybe not. Maybe if I bring it around again? Maybe not. The game can't decide where the closest approach is going to be. Is it going to be here, maybe? I don't want to spend all of my Delta V circularizing around Joule, you know? I mean, I don't know how much it's going to take. What cracks Gandalf up is that the year 2000 predictions, yet we haven't seen the future of the 1950s. Yeah, well, that was pretty optimistic, I think. I just want to live in the smart house from the movie Smart House. That would be amazing. Like, you don't have to ever clean because the carpet is just a giant vacuum, which could be kind of dangerous. You get stuck in it. We finally yeah, and they're not very good, are they? It's like if you have any kind of obstacles in your house, they don't work, which everybody has, unless you live in some kind of sterile, flat surface room. Need a Rosie? Oh yeah, we need some Jetson stuff. Haven't quite got to the Jetson stuff either, much as we'd like to. I mean, even just flying cars would be great. And I know you guys are gonna say planes are flying cars, but it's not the same. Come on, be realistic here. Okay, I don't want a Tylo encounter at all. That's just asking for trouble. Or is it? Perhaps we could do some gravity assists. Perhaps we could. Oh, ho, ho. Perhaps gravity assists are back on the menu, boys. Look at that. Oh, shoot. Oh, okay, that's what we wanted. Okay, so we're gonna have to go through a couple of things, but then we'll have our Val whatever. So we'll set this. Apply that. And that's gonna be back eventually, I guess. All right, so that is our thing. Urban heard a great thing about flying cars. If you want a flying car, do you always want to allow the worst drivers you know to have them? No, there'd be like a special license for it. And Ash, we're closer to human standard computing according to Moore's law. Here's hoping. Just gotta sit and wait, I guess. Unless you're in that field and then get to work. What just happened? Oh, okay, I just warped all the way to the... Wait a minute. No, that's right, right? Okay, I think I was confused about how that was gonna go. Because I did a full orbit, and then I got my encounter. And then I have to go through this encounter, and then I get my Val encounter. Right? Yeah, that seems right. Okay. Well, while we're here, let's get some Tylo science. Ugh. Okay, so clear that out. Only a few more years, if we can afford it. Who's gonna do it, though? Somebody get Elon Musk on it. He'll do anything. Well, yeah, almost anything. Now this sounds like FTL music. All right, run the magnetometer report. And there it goes. And now it's done. That is a holy crap. 1,000 science from one report. We're gonna be rolling in it, guys. Keep experiment. Have Nabby hop out again. Grab data. Grab all the data. Graphene be expensive. Yeah, that's true. That's the biggest issue with the carbon nanotubes, right? For my space elevator that I desperately want. It's like, screw all that rocket stuff. Let's just have space elevators. But no, we don't have any materials that exist to actually work. Fine. Hello. All right, beautiful. Let's store the data. So another 7 experiments lined up and ready to go. And back in we go. All right. I don't think we're going to get close science, so we'll just warp through this here. But yeah, that's my science fiction pipe dream, is the space elevator. As impractical or impossible as it might be, it's what I want to see. Flying cars, whatever, I don't care. I don't actually care about flying cars. It's just my example of something that has yet to happen. But the space elevator, though, now that's going to be a good time. All right. Make sure this is coming down. Oh, we need to switch, I guess. Is there a reason that this didn't trigger? Whatever. Switch to this one. This should be the lander craft, right? Starting to lose track of which one is where. So this is the lander. This is the station. This is the scan sat, and then the mining vessel is just coming in. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. Ooh, this one's really weirdly inclined. All right, we have initiated the first flyby. We've escaped gravitational influence. Okay, got it. And warp to next. There are several prototypes of flying cars. I don't want flying cars because I've seen the drivers that can't deal with 2 dimensions on I-95. Yeah, you'd think only having to go one way and occasionally like adjust course wouldn't be that hard. Like city traffic I can understand because there's a lot going on, but on the highway there should be no excuse. Like you're going in a straight line. It's not that hard. I guess it is for some people. So I do not miss driving. I never liked driving. I'll do it if I have to, but I would rather not. And the people driving are one of the reasons. Like, why would you want to drive when there's people like that around you driving? Like, all it takes is one idiot looking at their phone and boom, you're dead. All right, so here we go. I forgot this is the nuclear one. Oh boy, this is gonna be bad, isn't it? All right, let's get this show on the road. Time to burn. Oh yeah, that's true. The drunk guys or girls, whoever. So this is an interesting story. I had jury duty once and I went in for jury selection and it was a drunk driving case. And I don't remember all the details because I didn't actually get selected for jury duty. But it seemed like the gist of the argument that the defense was going to put up based on the questions they were asking the jurors was, would you really believe if a cop said somebody was drunk? And that was like their whole thing. I don't know. Like, whether you're drunk or not, if you're driving like an idiot, you should still get pulled over. Okay, so we're just chilling here. We're burning a lot of fuel. She got to eat for her blood sugars. The worst driver I saw. Okay, this is what Ash is responding to. The worst driver I saw was the woman in rush hour traffic in a Suburban eating a plate of pancakes. Oh man, just get up earlier, people, for crying out loud. I have to get up early to eat my breakfast before I walk to work. I mean, I could theoretically eat while walking, but that just sounds messy. Oh, okay, so we have in fact captured, which is great. So it's just going to be a matter of adjusting our inclination and getting an encounter with Vol. Yep, women putting on makeup. That's so funny, it makes me want to merge without looking. Yeah, the road is not the place to do your morning stuff. The road is for driving. I saw a college girl filling out a form on her dash while driving on the highway. Jeez. Self-driving cars can't come fast enough. At least then you can blame Elon Musk or something. Be like, my car crashed me while I was taking a nap. I don't know. That probably won't hold up in court. Dude shaving, brushing teeth. Ugh, man. I guess if you consider your drive to be some kind of like inconvenience placed upon you, which, let's be real, it is, then you would use that time for something else, but I don't know. And I thought I was rushed in the morning. Apparently not. That's true, yeah. That was before smartphones were everywhere. Now it's just people on their phones. I don't even know how you can feel comfortable doing that. Like if I look at my phone for a second, like somebody messages me and I'm like, oh, who was that? I'm like, whoa. So I, just put your phone somewhere else. Don't even look at it. Oh, I hit the picture. And, deal with it later. It's not that important. Oh, what was that? Is that Vol? Or we got an encounter with Vol, guys? No, that's Lath. I don't care about Lath. Goodbye, Lath. Okay. Yeah, we'll just keep rolling here. can we get our orbit low enough that we could get a rendezvous with Vol right away? Because that would be nice. Yeah, working from home was great. I got to do it for the better part of a year, and then it's like, okay, everybody come back into the office now. And I was like, oh, okay, here I come. Can't wait. Yeah, it's been pretty miserable. Getting that taste of working at home was so sweet. And that's why I started streaming, so I could work from home on top of my working from the office. It's great. Okay, so we do need to keep an eye on the Delta V because we need to ditch the side boosters at some point. All right, so, and we're also going to need to change our inclination here. All right. I think we can probably call it at around 40 million. Pigman is here. Oh, have you not seen the new one yet? Yeah, it finally got approved. It took freaking forever. I don't know if they thought it was a butt or something and they had to keep passing it around like, hey, dude, check this out. Is this a butt? Like, no, it's not a butt. It's just a pigman. It's a pig with the face of a man. Apparently they're getting a little more touchy about the emotes. You want a second job that's half the hours and even less pay? Try streaming. Do you want a second job where you have to pay? Try streaming. It's not, I don't really consider it a job. It's more like, you know, I come home, I play games for a couple hours and talk to people. Like, it's kind of a job and that I have to put effort into it, but it's not so much of a job that I dread it. Like, I don't come home like, oh, I gotta stream tonight. Like, no. It's not like that. You're the freak who streams full-time after your full-time job. Yeah, Gandalf, you're getting a little crazy there with that. Like, I reserve my 12-hour streams for the weekend when I have more time. All right, so we are adjusting our inclination now. About 200 meters per second left in the side boosters, then we'll ditch those. I guess the thing is, though, Gandalf, is that your technique seems to be paying off. So maybe there's something to it. Tell XQC it's not a job. No, it's definitely, for some people, like if you really get into it, it can be a job. I don't think I'm at that point. I don't know if I'll ever be at that point where I turn it into a semi-job. And there's a lot of behind the scenes stuff, obviously. You gotta, from the technical side, you gotta pick games, you gotta do marketing, you gotta do all kinds of other stuff. You gotta get art, layouts and stuff. You just can't sustain that stream everyday thing. It's hard to do it. Yeah, I think most people will not recommend streaming every day. They'll be like, pick a couple days a week and stream then, and then spend the other days doing other stuff that will help your stream. Okay, so it's just about time to ditch the side boosters. So as soon as that hits 0, these are gonna go bye-bye. And 3, 2, 1, 0. Bye-bye. Goodbye, side boosters. Booster? I hardly know her. Oh wow, this inclination change is miserable. Alright, I'm gonna stop now. Ash says, I'd worry about not feeling sociable on certain days. You can't just not stream, can you? I mean, you can, absolutely. I have days where I don't stream built into the schedule. And also, I always feel sociable. So I haven't ran into that problem yet. Like, streaming is sort of the highlight of my day most days. Like, I go to work, I'm miserable. Or first I have to get up. And I'm like, oh, okay, I guess we're doing this again. And then I go to work and I'm miserable all day. And then I come home and I'm like, and then I start streaming. And I'm like, oh boy, hey everybody, it's stream time. So it's a personality thing. Now, you just have to combine that personality with talent and a good voice, and then you're good to go. You're gonna make up for this weekend? All right, I'll have to stop by if I get a chance. I'm actually going to be streaming tomorrow morning for a few hours to do a personal finance stream, if that's a thing. So if you have any questions about personal finance or budgeting or retirement planning or any of that stuff, feel free to stop by. I'm mostly just going to be working on my budget for this past month for February. So I'm going to be looking at all my transactions and everything and putting them into a spreadsheet and tracking where all my spending stuff was going on. All right, so we're going to make a maneuver here. And we want it to be like so. Yeah, that looks good to me. And we will set that as a thing. Say like 10 minutes. All right, next up, I guess is this one. All right, here we go. Yippee! There we go. Finally gonna reveal how much you spend monthly on Cambodian breast milk. Well, it's actually Laotian breast milk, but some of it is mislabeled. But hey, I'm keeping those wet nurses in business, so I don't want to hear anything about it. And yeah, as long as you have a way to let your community know, like, I'm not going to be streaming X week or X day, I'm going to be streaming Y day instead this week, then that also works. Although sometimes that can get frustrating. Like, oh, I'm not going to be streaming. I'm sorry, I haven't been streaming, yada, yada, yada. I think you really need to, like, be dedicated to the days that you do stream. All right. The thing is coming up here. All right, so the next one is going to be the periapsis for the mining vessel, followed by the sphere of influence change for Jewel 1, I believe. Okay, so there we go. We're cruising in. Cruising up. Good times. You see a big drop in numbers when you take a few days off. Yeah, that's what seems to be the case. Like, I don't know. Again, like, don't listen to me for any streaming advice. Come talk to me when I have 1,000 viewers a night, then maybe I'll have some insight. But I feel like a lot of it at that point is just you get lucky, or you have a huge connection, you have a huge network of other streamers that are helping you out. Like Urban's been really helping me out by bringing people in, which I super appreciate. Am I going the right way? Okay, I am going the right way. Like, I don't know if I didn't have Urban here, and especially Vulcan, thank you for hooking us up. I would not have grown, I don't think, this much at this point. So it's really a matter of finding people who are like you, who like the same stuff as you, and kind of, I don't know, shuffling the views around in that regard. I don't know how people used to deal with shows coming out weekly, but not on demand. So like, if you miss an episode for the week, you're just out of luck. Like, that's crazy to me. Hopi B brought you to the stream. Oh, nice. Nah, I had the same with Discount Engineer helping me. Oh, wait, Discount Engineer helped you? Well, shoot. I guess, yeah, he kind of streams in the middle of the night for me, so I don't really get to catch him because, you know, I'm sleeping. They were called VCRs. Oh, that's true. I guess you could just record live TV at that point. So they had VCRs and they had DVRs, and they're just like, we'll just have it on demand, whatever. What a sad way to live your life. At the whim of the TV man. Alright. Oh, periapsis is getting... Okay, I thought it was 118,000. I'm like, that's not great. Turns out it's not. It's actually just fine. Okay. So what are we looking at here? A little more, a little more. Now, with streaming, we get gems like Lamageddon. Ah, yes. A fine... What is that? Is that a movie? Is that a show? What is that? That sounds awful. I mean, I could see somebody being able to make it good, but just from the name alone, it doesn't sound particularly entertaining. Vulcan Rider was around before they even had TV. I think people really like the consistency. Yes, exactly. So talking back to streaming, it's like you show up and they're not streaming, and then you go check Twitter and it's like there's nothing. So yeah, that's another thing. Twitch doesn't have a lot of ways to interact with your viewers outside of the chat. I guess the DMs, but that's, you're not going to DM every viewer and be like, oh guys, I'm not streaming tonight. So you either have to go through Discord or Twitter or something else. Drug dealer sim, power washing sim, grass cutting sim, Vulcan Rider is mentioning here. Yeah, there's a lot of meme games out there that people watch for funny, like, meme reasons, I guess. All right, let's just manually time warp here, and I will keep an eye on all of my craft as they come in here. You can recommend a Discord after stream for you to look at a great community. Okay, maybe. If it's one of those, you know, I find that a lot of those Discord things where it's just a bunch of people, like a bunch of streamers, can get kind of, I don't know, overwhelming. It's the best way to put it. The Simpsons invented the rerun? That can't be right. Reruns must have been happening before then, because stuff was in syndication back in like the 80s. A real live person invented the rerun. Okay. Is it a character or is it like a literal individual? That's a dumb way to phrase that, isn't it? Is it a character from a show or is it a real live person who may also have played a character in a show? Merv Griffin. I Love Lucy. Bill Clinton. Good answers, good answers. Was it... Okay, hang on. Let me think of all my TV knowledge. Nope, I don't know. I don't know anybody. It was Andy Griffith, as we all know, who invented the rerun back in 1960, 50, whatever. Hank Hill. I sell reruns and rerun accessories. That doesn't sound right. I actually have a friend who can do a great Hank Hill. I keep telling him to come on the stream, and he's like, "No, I'm not about that," which bums me out because he's pretty funny when he wants to be. It was Lucille Ball. She did it for, oh, she was on the Honeymooners, right? All right, let's loop it around. Loop it around. Not Lucille Bluth, Lucille Ball. Yeah, wrong, Lucille. It's a banana. How much could it cost? $10? I assume, is that from the right show? I don't know. I see memes online about this show, and I've never watched it. I assume it's hilarious and probably very funny, but I don't watch a lot of TV. I don't have time to watch a lot of TV because I'm working or streaming or sleeping or gaming. Okay. What does it even mean to invent the rerun? Like the idea of playing an old episode of a show? Like surely that existed before, like the same way that you would publish a book again. All right, so for this one, I think we want to go out. Yeah, we do. Beautiful, look at that. Just need to be careful about how much Delta V we're spending. But other than that, we should be fine. Ooh, Urban Venture did a studio tour at Desilu Studios. That's pretty cool. Didn't they own Star Trek for a while? And now nobody knows who actually owned Star Trek, which is why there's so many different versions of it. We're back to Star Trek again. I'm sorry, guys. I know you guys hate talking about it. All right, let's get a nice close thing here. Nice and toasty with Vol. All right. Closing in. Look at that. Gonna have a nice pro-grade orbit this time. Let's not goof it up. And this one doesn't have an atmosphere, so we're just gonna go for like a... Hang on, let me look. What does Vol have? No atmosphere, so it doesn't really matter. I guess we'll set a parking orbit at like 50,000 for now. All right, so that one is also done. Let's set up the alarm for that. Alarm for that. Alarm. Hello. Oh, every time. Okay, there we go. All right, warp to next. Whoop. And still, the ScanSat is nowhere near where we need it to be. Okay. Did anything else happen yet? Okay, so there's Joule 1. I'm just trying to make sure nothing has crashed. There's the mining. Okay, so there's all four. Lucille Ball owned Desilu Studios. She funded production of both Star Trek and Mission Impossible. She did it only if she got syndication rerun rights. So Star Trek got it. But I didn't say Lucille Ball. I never said that. I just know she and Desi Arnaz did Desilu, and I know that mostly through Emmykins, who is kind of a older classic TV buff. Somebody else said it. And scroll up here. Urban Venture said I Love Lucy, so he got it right, not me. All right, here's our Vol encounter. Finally, this is going to be the first craft to enter and the first craft to leave as well, because we're going to be sending the return portion of this back with a bunch of science. I got one of the shows. Oh, okay, sure. That makes sense. And I only know that because I know there was a lot of rights stuff with the J.J. Abrams versus TV show rights and all that. It was a whole problem. Because for some reason I find myself on science fiction media drama channels on YouTube from time to time. Okay. I think just everybody gets recommended those. So maybe that's what it is. Wow, look at Vol. Beautiful. All right. Oh, shoot. I forgot this is the one that takes forever to slow down. I should have started burning a while ago. All right. Well, we'll work with what we got here. Yeah, it's curving fast enough. We should be okay. Back in a bit. Need to pick up your son from his softball game, I'm sure. CBS owns the TV part and Paramount owns... Yeah, so it got split up, which is just wild to me. It's like, well, you own the rights to these characters, but not this particular thing. Like, what do you mean? I bought the rights to Star Trek. What does that even mean then? I don't get... It's like buying the rights to Star Wars, but you can't use Darth Vader or or Jedi. It's like, oh, well, Sony owns the right to Darth Vader, so they can make a Darth Vader solo movie, but with no Jedi. Ugh, what a disaster. Urban, how do you deal with rights issues in your line of work? I assume you have a media lawyer on speed dial, probably. So these were NFTs before NFTs. like yeah, I bought Star Wars. What do you mean it doesn't give me the rights to use Star Wars? You get paid. Okay, so you hold it off to the client. That's fair. It's like, listen, I just edited this for you. You're in charge of the rest. That's legit. All right, how long is this gonna take? Too long, I think. I wonder if we're gonna have enough to get back to Kerbin. I guess worst case scenario, we just fill it up. We've had a lot of experience doing that with this particular class of vehicle. Okay, yep. All right, let's try doing this a little bit. Split the difference between radial in and retrograde. All right, it is curving very slowly, which is making me a little nervous about the potential of our other crafts, but I think the Delta V isn't too bad. Good economically for the company to do it. I don't think Paramount would bother doing a TV series, and CBS probably wouldn't do a movie, but they're both great in their own field. Yeah, but it's more of a, like, because it's not just that they own the rights to make it in that particular medium, it's that they own the rights to specific parts of the lore. Like, for some, I think the biggest one that I remember was they couldn't use a certain type of uniform because the other company owned that version of the uniform. So you can't use the traditional Starfleet uniform because, well, CBS owns that, so Paramount has to make up their own, which is why things might seem out of whack. All right, are we gonna get a weird gravity assist here? No. Oh, wait, maybe? I mean, that'd be pretty cool. So what does this do? We go flying out, and then we loop around, and then we come back around and get a completely different orbit. Do I want that? I don't think so, but maybe. I guess it would help me out, maybe? No, I'm not gonna bother with that. We're just gonna try to fix it here. Urban is not the producer. You just get a credit and a spare copy to leak if they screw you over. Genius. Planning for the future. I like it. Learning helpful hints from Urban tonight on this stream. That's petty copywriting. Good stuff. All right, so we're gonna burn all our fuel doing this, it looks like. But that's okay. So we can always refuel. As long as the mining ship survives and is able to land and take off, that's the biggest if, right? Greed is one of the worst traits. And you know what? That's very well simulated in Crusader Kings, where the 7 deadly sins are actual traits that you can have that give you, sometimes they give you a bonus and they give you a minus, and usually the minus outweighs the bonus. Like greed would increase the amount of money you get, but then people would hate you. I don't know why my mind just goes to video games when you're clearly talking about in real life. Okay, this is getting kind of not great. Okay, hopefully our other missions are a little more efficient with this. You were playing CK3 earlier? Nice. That's great. I spent a lot of time with CK2 and I got CK3. I haven't had a lot of chance to play it. I played it a couple of times through in various parts of the world. But I do like what they've done with it, the upgrades they've made. So I look forward to a lot of DLC coming in the future to flesh it out. Okay, yep. Yep. It's doing something. Alright, now I know that something has gone horribly wrong here. Oh no, I was going the wrong way the whole time. Chat, why did nobody stop me? Ah! You blew it. I could have stopped this a long time ago. Yikes. Alright. Well, now we get to fix it. Alright. Let's do a little warp in here. This has been a night kind of devoid of good soundboard opportunities, hasn't it? Here, let's use this one.
I'm learning.
There we go. Yep, that's me tonight. Like, oh, is this the radial in or the radial out? Oh, it's the opposite of the one that I wanted. So, blame chat. Well, I feel like somebody should have noticed I was burning in the wrong direction, but maybe that's on me. Where are our buttons? I haven't set them up yet. I'm collecting a bunch of sound clips to pick the very best ones and put them on there, but I know you like this one.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it because they would never understand.
There you go. I know you like that one. I know Urban's been adding them pretty consistently over on his channel, so I'll get some ideas from him. Apparently his girlfriend does the audio or like the voice stuff for his not point redemptions, the like subscriber notifications and stuff, which is really cool. He's got like a sound booth and all kinds of fun stuff. All right, so now we need to nope, unset target. I don't want to go to lathe. At least not right now, maybe later. Okay, whatever. We're in orbit. I don't care if it's circular yet. We'll fix it later. All right. Now we will switch to this one. You need to do a few more for point redemptions or for notifications? All right. So this is the next upcoming one. This is the minor. All right. Sounds good. All right. And this is 31 days, I guess. That's kind of interesting. Is that right? I better check in on the station. Okay, there's the station. Make sure that that is in fact correct. You just want to have some really specific ones to mess with people? Okay, all right. All right, so this one is in fact gonna take, oh, this is only gonna take 5 days, guys. Wait, this is a lathe encounter. I don't want a lathe encounter. What the heck? How did this? Ah! No, not lathe. For ugh. It's supposed to be a vol encounter. Did I just totally biff it with this one? All right, let's fix this. Okay, what if I did this? Wait, oh, there we go. Okay, that's what I want. That's the one I want. Vol encounter. All right, there we go. And then we can tweak it. Beautiful. Okay. I will accept that. Okay. I'm glad I double checked that one. Ugh, we would have had an encounter with Lathe and then probably crashed into Jewel, and it would have just been a whole disaster. This is the most important piece of the puzzle here. I mean, they're all very important, but this is like our science base out here. All right. So now we want to focus on Vol. All right. Get things going. Very slowly. Take it nice and easy. Wait till we see the line. Oop. What's going on here? Okay, I'm not even close is the problem. I got it now. Okay, there we go. All right, so you have Roy Lichtenstein's work on your Twitch homepage. Wham is my favorite piece of art, so I just used it as a placeholder and it just stuck. Oh, is that what your the comic book stuff is? Yeah, I need to get some art for that. That's one of my, that's lower down on my list of things to get, is a whatchamacall, like images for my about me and stuff. Okay, so we'll get this down. 45 is good. Put it at 45 for now. All right, and then set a vol encounter. Okay, there we go. What is this one now? Switch to. Oh, you know what? We could talk about art. You guys want to talk about art? Oh wait, is this the one that I had lined up to go to Val? No, this is Lathe. Well, okay. Sure, why not? That's exactly where I wanted to go. I wanted to go to Lathe. Okay, set. Nope, not Lathe. Val is the target here. Actually, wait, this is, I can actually use this as a kind of a gravity assist. Can use Lathe for that. That's pretty nice. It slows me down and gets me into a better orbit. Yeah, that's probably fine. We'll leave that. All right, let's do this one. The era, so the 60s pop art works well. So that's your aesthetic you've gone with, Urban. Smart. I like it. I haven't quite settled on a good aesthetic for myself. Like, I've got the crystal thing. I don't know how much into that I want to go. It was just kind of an obvious way to start. But I don't know how much I want to focus on it. 4.5 hour stream? Yeah, I guess, yeah. It is Friday after all, and I wanted to get all this stuff done around Jewel. So it makes sense. Your aesthetic is 100% stolen. That's true. You know what they say about good and great artists, right? Is it good artists borrow, great artists steal? Or maybe that's not right. All right, so 30 seconds to our Vol encounter. We'll get this one into orbit, and then eventually we'll get everybody linked up so they can transfer any extra fuel or whatever, and then they'll be good. There's no way you should be able to use a work like that, but no one has stopped you. I think once you get like under a certain size, you're fine, and then once you get big enough, people will start to notice. Somebody will report you, or somebody will notify the company, which is fair. I guess it's like the DMCA, you have to get notified, but you're not guaranteed to get hit with anything unless somebody brings it up. Gandalf says, I'm a great artiste. Allegedly. You are cheesing it. Yeah. Stinky cheese. Alright, all we need to do is follow the damn train. How much delta V is it gonna take for us to follow the train? A lot of delta V to follow the train, huh? About 1,000? Okay, that's fine. I can work with that. All right. Here we go. Burn time in 2 minutes? What, really? Okay, that's kind of important. Yeah. I guess we better start burning now then, huh? Yikes. Star enjoys the combination of the cat phones, the art behind, and the pastel shirts I wear with the wood panel. It has a Bob Ross feel. Oh, yeah, I guess I could go for a kind of a 70s, 80s vintage, gentle, soothing type thing. I don't know. La, la, la. All right, so this is going to take up a whole lot of fuel, but then once it's done, which is great. And then I'm getting a little concerned that the mining craft might not have enough to pull this off, guys, but we're going to give it a shot anyways. If I can just get into any kind of orbit, I can probably finagle a way to get fuel transferred as needed. All right, so we're about halfway through the burn. That's good. That's good. Bob Ross feel tonight. All right. Yeah. Yeah, we're not making mistakes. We're making happy accidents. We're learning. We're learning what it takes when you send craft to Jewel and to the moons of Jewel. What kind of what do you need to know? What do you need to do? That's what we're finding out tonight. So far, we've learned we need to bring more fuel. Like a lot more. And it's still circularizing. Getting the capture. Getting the capture any minute now. Come on. And we are just about good. All right. All right, I'm gonna call that good for now. We'll worry about, you know, getting them lined up, getting them so I can actually do rendezvous at a later date. Right now, we just want to make sure we're getting everything squared away. All right, are you guys ready? So that's 2 down, 2 to go. All right, this one has 2,300, so we should be fine. I think it'll be okay, because that was 1,100 for that. I know it was only about 400 to get the capture around Jewel. So we're gonna go ahead and warp. And there we go. Coming into the periapsis. And our goal here is going to be to spend as little as possible. So I'm actually going to use maneuver nodes for this. I've been eyeballing it initially. Oh, wait. That's Lathe. I don't want Lathe. Yeah, I don't really want to do gravity assists right now. Although that might be the play. But I'm not going to do it. Okay. Slowing it down. Slowing it down. Oh, wait. What was that? Hello? Is that an encounter? Oh, yes, it was. Let's take a look at that. That's not too shabby, actually. And that's only 500. How much to circularize, then? And then, oh, what was that? Okay, so maneuver 1, maneuver 2. Okay, well, that's probably a little bit too much. Ooh, cutting it kind of close. Yeah, I don't know. I guess that gets us into an orbit, right? So basically what we need to do Okay. How's this gonna work? All right. Let's get rid of this. So what I need to do, I think I'm just going to be coming in at too much. So Urban, if you know anything about gravity assists, did Emmykins is back? Did you miss anything good? Just me fumbling around Jewel. Is there a way to use a gravity assist here? I think she might have missed the Cambodian breast, and it's Laotian breast milk. It's just sometimes mislabeled. I have a Bob Ross feel. Urban likes Roy Lichtenstein, and Gandalf likes to replicate others' Twitch aesthetics. Fake it till you make it. Yep, that sounds about right. Sounds like the gist of everything that just happened. I like it. Okay. So what am I gonna do here? Lathe. What is the gravity on Lathe? Has an atmosphere. Well, I don't know what to do. Like, I'm really cutting it close on this whole thing here. All right, how close can this get me? That's gonna put me in a 90. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter if I'm gonna be landing it. And if I'm in a polar orbit, that's actually good because then I can pick the perfect landing site. All right. Peter Jackson, does he stream? Not recently. I think he got banned for streaming the director's cut of Lord of the Rings. I guess he doesn't have the rights. Okay. Burn time, 2 hours. Let's fix that. Yeet. There we go. 1 minute, 12 seconds. Much better. Okay. So let's just do it. Let's go full throttle. Just Star Shards a monthly budget. Okay, here we go. We're gonna do this. All right, let's do it. And yeah, this thing is designed to land. So the only issue that I could potentially see is we spend a lot of Delta V on this, and then we don't have enough to actually land. Because I don't know how much it takes to land on Vol once we have established an orbit. Okay, I'm ready. Psyched myself up. We're gonna go for it. All right, so this is probably going to be your guys' last opportunity to talk me out of picking The Wedding Singer for this weekend's movie night. So if anybody has a better movie that we could watch, type it out in the chat now. Remember, the criteria are, it has to be funny and it has to be... Wait, it has to be good and it has to be funny, or it has to be a comedy. Corniest of corny movie, The Wedding Singer, really? Excluding, yeah, Emmykins can't pick because she gets her week next week again. Have I seen Death of Stalin? No, I have not. I've heard it's good though, and funny. So, I mean, those are the criteria. Death of Stalin is outstanding. Oh my, okay, well, that's 2 recommendations. I'd have to put it on the list then. I trust your guys' judgment. All right, so this is 570 we're spending here. And this is gonna happen at 46 seconds. Let's go. Oh boy, okay. Hopefully this works. Yeah, nice polar orbit here would be good. And then we'll just have to pick a good landing site once we know where the ore is. We'll mine up all the ore, we'll fuel it up, and we'll be good to go. Ooh, what's up there with Dr. Strangelove even? Well, we'll see what Gandalf has to say about that. I don't know. I've never seen Dr. Strangelove either, so maybe that should go on the list. I feel like that's too old, though. I tend to not really enjoy older movies for a variety of reasons. Okay. Here it is. And yep, perfect. Exactly what we were looking for. So the hope now is that we'll have enough to circularize, which I'm hoping we will. Okay. Nope, don't like that. Ah, yes, we'll have just enough to circularize and then not be able to do anything else. That's exactly what I wanted to happen. Dang it. Okay, what if I did this? So I will be coming at it from a bit of an angle, right? Okay. So what if I do this first? What if I just slam directly into the planet? No, that doesn't help me at all. Okay, so this works. Okay, yep. And what I'm trying to do now is get my periapsis as low as possible using as little delta V as possible. Yeah, I think that makes it sounds a lot like litho braking. Yeah, I don't really want to do that for obvious reasons. This thing is not designed to withstand face-first impacts with large bodies. Again, as long as I can get it into some semblance of an orbit, and at this point I'm kind of debating trying to just get it into a different orbit. So that it can just circularize normally. And I can rendezvous it with the station to transfer fuel. Because I'm clearly gonna need the extra fuel, I think. Okay, is that helping me or hurting me? I don't know. I'm spending so much here, this sucks. Oh god. Okay, what can I do? That makes it worse. Yikes. Alright, what do we do here? What's the best way to... I guess probably the best way would be to tweak my... Ah, crap. The problem is we're in like a weird inclination with lathe. So no matter what, we're coming in at a weird angle. Okay, I think we're gonna get this. It's fine. We just need to figure out where the maneuver needs to be. I guess the apoapsis would be a good place to start. Put it at apoapsis. And then we want to bring it down. Yep. We want to bring it out. Like so. Yep. That works. That works. Okay. Bring it out. Okay. Now we just need to bring it around. And just like any amount is going to be useful here. All right, perfect. So, all right, so maneuver 2 is 1300 plus 48, which is less than 1800, if my math is correct there. So once we're in some kind of orbit, we can get on inclination with Joule 1, and then using a combination of both of their delta V's, we can rendezvous and get as much fuel transferred over as we can, so we can go down and do a mining mission, which will hopefully allow us to do the rest of this. Okay. So here we go. Everybody get ready. Everybody cross your fingers. So what are we talking about? I was completely distracted by trying to get that maneuver just right. Now we're talking about spiders from Mars and Ziggy Stardust? Would he not want me talking about how they landed on Mars? Talking about Mars. Mars is pretty cool. I know a lot of people think we should colonize Mars before we colonize any place else, but I think Venus is the best option. It's already got gravity similar to Earth. It has an atmosphere, and it's not like you have to live on the surface. You could just live in giant cloud cities like in Star Wars. All right, let's mark. I can't mark that just yet. Okay, I guess we'll wait. So we're gonna swing by Lathe real quick, get a nice view of the most Kerbal-like of the planets. Make that 10 seconds. All right, let's rock. Is this our first time to Lathe, really? Nice. That's wonderful. Tell us in negatives. Wait a minute. Yeah, but if you live high enough up in the atmosphere, you avoid all that stuff, because there's not going to be crushing pressure in the upper atmosphere. It's the same as on Earth. You could find a spot where it's nice and comfy. All right, so now we need to go to our maneuver. All right, so it says it's going to take 5 seconds to do this burn, so I'm going to take their word for it. We're going to be extra careful. We're going to focus on Vol. We're going to make sure that we are in fact burning in the right direction. Here we go. And if your airship pops, I don't know what happens if your dome explodes on Mars. It's the same thing. Like, obviously it's going to be dangerous. Like, you require life support, you require infrastructure. We're living on an alien world. That's to be expected. Emmykins is being quiet because Cat wants snuggles. It's true. He likes getting attention. He's a lot like me. Also, how do you leave? What do you mean, how do you leave? How do you leave Mars? You're telling me you don't think we will be able to land rocket ships on floating platform? How to sustain a perpetual level floating? Aerostatics, I guess. The same way they have blimps. Ballast, that kind of stuff. I don't know, I'm not an engineer. I just know that it's probably easier to colonize Venus than to colonize Mars, realistically. If we have the technology to get people to Mars, we have the technology to put infrastructure on Venus that people can live in. All right, let's get this down very gently. Okay. Got it. Okay, good enough. Now comes the fun part. This is our next target. So what we're going to do is we're going to get a very loose orbit. 1300, almost 1400. Jeez. Okay. Well, this is what we signed up for. We want a apoapsis. No, SOI change is what we want. All right, 10 seconds on the clock. Let's do it. I think we're suited to solid ground. Venus's upper atmosphere offers very little compared to Mars' vast surface. True. That's okay. That's what happened. Why did that happen? Stop. Stop it. Stop. Game. No. Why? No. Ah. No. 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 This is bad. Okay. Well, I don't know why that happened, but it happened, and now I have to live with it. So let's see what we can do. Radial in. Any idea why that happened? Anybody? Anybody know? This is completely unacceptable. Wow. Stock alarms? Yeah, I guess.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it because they would never understand.
Like, I specifically picked where the sphere of influence change was going to be, and it decided, oh no, we want it to go to this one. Okay, I see what the problem was. I picked the wrong sphere of influence change. Whatever. We were already cutting it close, and now it's just gonna be a disaster, so be it. Jewel rescue mission time? Hopefully not. But I guess it could end up being like that. Okay, yep. Another maneuver ruined by the alarms. This is what I get for playing with no mods, right, chat? You guys all tried to warn me. You were like, no, you can't use stock alarms. And I said, guys, it'll be fine. No big deal. But you guys knew. Yep. All right. Rub it in. It's fine. At least we're not crashing into Joule now. We'll just have to monitor our orbit here. And yeah, I think we're just going to cut it here. And then we'll have to hope that we get an encounter in the future. And that the 400 meters per second we have is enough to do literally anything with, which it's not.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it because they would never understand.
Okay. All right. Let's try to recover this. Yeah, set as target. Spent all that work for nothing. All right, let's say I go several orbits in the future. What does that give me? Well, I get another wonderful Lathe encounter that then throws me into a kind of crappy something. I don't know, man. My options are kind of limited. I've only got 400 meters per second of delta V. Just don't understand. I mean, I understand it. I think it's on me. I clicked the wrong one. And now I'm kind of screwed. Like really screwed. Okay, I have an idea. It's a crazy idea, but it might just work. But I need to check something first, so we're gonna have to head to the KSC real quick. Okay, let's do this. Safety not guaranteed. It may this may end up requiring some interesting finagling. All right, game. You've thrown me a curveball. It's time for me to throw one back at you. Checking the VAB here. Safety Not Guaranteed is a pretty good movie. I grew up with the original meme on YTMND. Or I guess it probably existed before that. All right, so this is a min miner. All right, Mr. Min Miner, let me ask you this. What is your delta V on lathe? I guess better question is, what is your thrust to weight? Thrust to weight is 0.33, so that's not gonna work. That sucks. Okay, well, all right, game, you win. I guess, 0.33, yeah, that doesn't really get us anywhere, does it? Okay. Okay, I at least want to rescue the Kerbals, so let's see if we can do that. And let's get rid of the debris here while we're here. Yep, get rid of that. Get rid of that. Okay, jewel miner. So yeah, 0.33 thrust to weight is not gonna do us any good on lathe. We could maybe like do a crash landing and hope that the aero braking slows us down enough that we don't explode, but then we have a useless chunk of metal on lathe, which is not what we're trying to do today. Oop, touching my mics again. Like, look how close Vol is. It's right there. Ah, okay. It's all right. We'll fix it. So, add a maneuver. How much is it going to cost me to get an encounter again with Vol? Let's keep an eye on this. So this gets us closer. That's good. That's good. That gets us farther. But we do need to go prograde at least a little bit. Okay, there we go. So let's focus view. All right, how close is that going to get us? We're not even there yet. All right, there we go. So that's 80. We're not going to have enough to stop, are we? Like, I've already burned all of my Delta V on this. I don't really have enough to do any more. I mean, maybe? No, not even close. Yeah, that's not going to work. Okay. What is my best option here? Oh, jeez, look how much it's going to go. This freaking game, man. All right, what if I did this? What if I just got in a nice low orbit around Jewel that would not involve me potentially crashing into any planets? How much is that going to cost me? All of my Delta V, huh? Essentially. I'm hoping that Lathe can't catch me from here. Alright, so if I just spend everything to get into a nice circular orbit, and then just leave it there until I can send a replacement miner out or something. Okay, so we won't be able to refuel anything, but we'll at least have everything in orbit where it needs to be for now. The alternative is I could try to send it to Bop, which has a much lower gravity, but I'm not going to cap. I don't have enough to capture. What you going to do when I complete KSP career mode? I don't know yet. I did want to do XCOM 2 at some point, but I know I also want to get back into some more actiony games. We got Hades still, we got Dead Cells. People really like Oxygen Not Included and RimWorld. We'll have to see what comes up. All right, so let's go to this maneuver. And check game is not letting me do. Okay. Okay. Warp. All right. I haven't played Total Warhammer 3. I have 1 and 2 though. 3 looks good. I'm excited to get around to playing it at some point. I suppose I could go back and play 2 for a bit, kind of practice. All right, delete and close. Yes, whatever. All right, so I guess we'll just have to send out a replacement miner or just a big thing of fuel, just like we're gonna have to do with Eve at some point. You need some XCOM 2 lessons at some point. You feel like luck is playing too big a part in your career. Okay, yeah, that's another game I'm decent at. I have done Deathless Classic Iron Man after all. I won't play Impossible though. I don't like game modes like that. They're just deliberately unfair. All right. So I'm gonna burn as efficiently as possible because I want my apoapsis to be as low as possible here. And this will actually be good, having us in a prograde, relatively circular orbit around Jool. It'll make it easy to send a supply mission, which I should probably plan for sometime next week. 3 is amazing, the mechanics are great, and the factions are so different to play from each other. That's good to hear. I know with 1 and 2, the factions were also quite different with their different mechanics, but I think I know what you mean. I tend to gravitate towards very similar factions though. Like my favorite factions are High Elves, Dwarves, and Lizardmen. So I like the big bulky infantry with ranged weapons and then, you know, a handful of good siege weapons. I guess the Empire kind of plays like that too. Khorne and Nurgle is epic. Yeah, the Chaos stuff I'm looking forward to. Even though I don't really like Chaos stuff in Warhammer. I think it's, you know, kind of lame. But if it plays well, I'll check it out. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and get this into an orbit, and then we'll get the scan sat on target for where it needs to be, and then we'll call it a night because it's almost 11 o'clock and I am sleepy, and I'm sure Urban doesn't want to stay up any later than he already has. Khorne is an absolute bloodbath steamroll. I mean, he is the blood god after all. Blood for the blood god, corn for the cornflakes, all that. Yeah, we're just gonna burn through all of our extra fuel here. Hope that Lathe just ignores us. Yep, get me in there nice and tight. Okay, we're done. Good deal. So let's do some simulations here. And by simulations, I mean, are any of these orbits going to intersect Lathe? I don't see anything over hundreds of orbits, so I'm going to say we are safe. All right, now it's time to switch to this one. There's always another stream to watch. Oh god. I mean, I know what stream I would be watching right now, but I'd be if I wasn't streaming, I'd honestly probably be in bed at this point. All right, so this is a sphere of influence change to Lathe for some reason. I guess I went ahead and did that to lower our apoapsis, probably. That actually works. I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world. All right, so we're approaching the correct sphere of influence change. So orange bad, blue good. All right, I've just received a note from my producer. Watch Germa stress at Elden Ring. Oh god, Amaranth. Is Amaranth sleeping right or streaming right now? Kind of late. Well, I guess if she's on the West Coast, it's not that late. It's more late for me than anything else. Oh, ASMR. ASMR. What are we going to do with ASMR, guys? I don't know how it blew up and got so big. I mean, I do know how it blew up and got so big. I don't know. I feel like there's better things to look at on the internet. You could say that about anything, though. All right, what even is my plan here? I can't do maneuvers because I don't have signal. I guess we just change in sphere of influence and then try to get a better capture around Jewel. Okay. There we go. Closing in. Deck cells? Yeah, I guess. But like, there are better places on the internet that are cheaper and better. I don't know. Depends if you get ASMR because it's a very weird feeling. Oh, okay. That's true. Yeah, not everybody gets that feeling. Depends on how your ears work or something. All right, so we're gonna go retrograde here. And we're just gonna go ahead and lower our apoapsis like so. Okay, well, we keep getting something, but first I need to fix this problem. Okay, 1, 2, 3. There we go. That was the problem I was having. No control. One more reason not to use probes. They require connection. All right, we want to go descending because we're at the ascending node. So let's do that. Oh, hello. What is that? What is this? I have an intercept with Lathe, huh? Okay, thanks, I guess. Not really. Oh, this has just been kind of a nightmare. I feel like some better mission planning might be in order in the future. But now I know. I know a lot more for my next mission to Jewel, which will hopefully be coming sooner rather than later. We are going to need to get... Come on, game, really? Haven't I not suffered enough? Apparently not. Like, I just want to get this thing into a polar orbit over Vol. So that's so much to ask. We're so close. So let's go ahead and go prograde here. Although I'm actually a little concerned that this isn't going to have the Delta V to make it. But we'll see. Because, yeah, maybe not. That's not great. Alright, whatever. Let's just go around again. We may have to send both another scan sat and a refueling tank for the miner. But at least we'll know what we need, right? Fingers tapping, waiting. Yeah, I know. It's getting kind of nitty-gritty out here. I'd like to be a little more precise with everything, but it's just not behaving itself. Oh, okay, went too far. And can I do this now? I get a Tylo encounter. Don't really want to go to Tylo. I guess we, you know, let's just put this thing somewhere. I don't know. That was pretty close, actually. Maybe that'll work. Got the funky one. All right. I like it. Okay, why is this not working now? Is it the inclination again? Okay, let's try this. We're gonna go anti-normal, and that should do it. Oh, wait, it's flipping back and forth again. Thanks, game. That's what I wanted to do. Okay, yeah, we're not gonna have enough to do anything. We're just gonna crash this thing into Joule. Watch the fireworks. So yeah, we'll have to send up a backup mining scanner satellite, and we're gonna have to send a bunch of fuel for the mining vessel, and we'll just send it via drone. That shouldn't be a problem. And we'll have the knowledge we need to send the right amount of Delta V this time with no problems. All right, let's take a look here. Get that periapsis nice and low. And let's see what happens when you go into Joule's atmosphere below any amount. But yeah, so as long as the mining ship is safe here, we should be okay. Let me unset target here. All right, you guys ready? You guys like watching explosions, right? I have a feeling we're gonna have one. Beautiful. Look at it go. Get some hydration here. What is this one? A suborbital spaceflight above Joule. Probably not the one you typically would want. But yeah, here we go. Hopefully I'm low enough that it'll actually do something. Oh yeah, there it is. All right. Kaboom! Yeah, wow. Do not enter Joule's atmosphere ever. That's pretty impressive showing by the big green giant. Boom, 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 boom. And the engine is soon to follow. Maybe? Okay, the probe. There we go. Dead. All right, back to Space Center. Very cool. All right, everybody. So that's the stream. We got a lot done. We got to Joule. We got, well, kind of. We half of our ships made it to Jewel successfully. One was destroyed. One didn't quite make it all the way. I guess Val. That they all made it to Jewel. 2 of them made it to Val. The other ones did not. Space around Gilly I can do. Tylo, surface of Tylo. All right. Well, now it's gonna start giving us all kinds of other stuff. So thank you everyone for sticking around. Thank you Urban for the raid. Thank you Ash for the Prime sub. Very cool. Very poggers. If you guys are interested in personal finance stuff for tomorrow, that'll be happening in the morning. And let's see, is anybody streaming? I guess King Akira is streaming. We'll send you guys over there. And so everybody have a great night. Go have some fun with him and his Japanese antics. And I will see you guys when I see you. So, oh, I gotta start the raid. Hang on, it's gonna be 10 seconds. Why does it have to be 10 seconds? Nobody knows. Peace to everyone. Peace in our time. And here we go.